चालू हुआ. Oh, okay, okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Okay, not a welcome, but as we had some technical issue, so the first match has been already over. Now, into the first match, IGN took away the victory, and now we will be proceeding towards that game number two. Giving a little recap about the game number one, it was majorly IGN dominating the whole map, giving up the perfect ganks that making sure Team 1D Legacy will be cornered into their turrets. Now, this is your caster Peachy, and along with me, I do have a beautiful guest today with me. Hello, Asaya. How are you today?
Well, I'm really, really happy, really, really good, especially because I'm getting to cast with PG after a long, long time. And with that, both the teams are ready, PG. So let's just move on to the draft phase. And what do you think about the bans right now? Because we do see Sicilian getting banned in this game.
Yeah, but Sicilian, I feel like he is going to be the perma ban. Into the first match, we did see that as well. So, yep, we will be seeing more of that. The Zushin, the Eve. Maybe this game we will be seeing, into the last game we saw Witch onto the Eve. So, into this match, we will be seeing that respect ban. Or maybe to you onto that banning section, or maybe an alpha as well. But let's just see how these teams are proceeding ahead. But right now, Team 1D Legacy, they know they need to break down the front laners and thus banning the Hilda.
I mean, true, it is definitely a respect ban coming from the side, considering how good Anti performed on it. Like, there was so much freedom of movement for IGN from the EXP lane because Anti was winning the lane and also was, rotating, especially even near the turtle. They didn't even need Kimmy. It's just Anti was enough to zone people away. That's how well he did onto that Hilda. And as a result, has been banned away in this game. Meanwhile, from the side of Team IG, we're definitely seeing new bans coming, PG. Like Phoebus and Sicilian weren't banned in the previous game.
Yep, that's true. That's true. Now, the 4 years understandable, but again, I don't feel like he is picked a lot nowadays. So I'm not sure what is the thought process right here. But again, Matilda again being onto that perma ban list. You don't want her open because when you open her up and with a fighter jungler, she is unstoppable. The amount of support that Matilda gives is really threatening. And with that, the Fanny, of course, you know for who it is.
I mean, of course, Fanny as well as Matala, like, some as well as the Zushin. These are three of the permanent bans. Most of the tournaments I do see, but right now, Anti picking up the Lucas. Very, very alarming situation for the side of Team 1D Legacy because Anti performs really well onto the Lucas. He can self sustain, provide a lot of zone for the team. With that, it will be 1D Legacy just taking down our niche wave onto the Granger. Do not want to give it to Aaron in this game, but meanwhile, Aaron will just be locking it down with the Harrod, who is really, really good. Spiking is amazing in the late game. The dam is really, really, really great. And the Salmon Force doesn't even have that long CD on the ultimate, so yeah. Uh, Harrod really needs to be shut down, and if Vandi Legacy has learned something from the first game, they will be making sure to mark down the gold lane PG.
That's true. That is true. That is how Team IGN really likes to play around, marking down that goal laner. But this time I feel like they are swapping it up. Suyo into the hands of Team IGN and Alpha into the hands of Team 1D Legacy. As I mentioned into the before as well, but since we had some technical issues, so we couldn't gotten our points across. But let me say it again, whenever you see a assassin in your team, that is like, right now the best possible counter is to pick up a bane or maybe a alpha as well. It really works out very, very well. And with that, they played it out very, very well. But the problem lies is they need to shut down the goal laner. They need to take down the front laners as well, because IGN, they do love to play a little onto the tanky notes.
True, true. I highly agree. But meanwhile, just look at the swap coming in those drafts in this game, PG. Right, like in the previous game, we had our Aaron on the Granger as well as our respect on the alpha, but this time it is Suyo in the hands of Team IGN. Meanwhile, two of the heroes have been just swapped, taken away by 1D Legacy. And right now, Eve has been banned, another respect ban coming in because we did see how good she was with the utility she was providing. The damage was great because IGN was able to snowball the game.
That's true. That is definitely true. Now coming back into the second phase of the banning section as well. Look at that. The Valentina, the Eve, as well as the Hylos. Understandable. These are the heroes that they picked up into the last game, so they just want to give up respect ban right there. And again, time by time we see a lot of mages getting banned, especially the Louis, Sicilian, and as well as the Eve and the Zushin. Zushin has always been a perma ban as the time that she got released. The players did get a grasp of it. They did got a hang of countering her, but again, in front of these players, the Lucian ban is a must.
I mean, true, and with that, all the bans have been set in motion. Especially, I'm kind of surprised that our Louis was banned in both the games. Maybe one of the players from the side of team 1D Legacy is really good at Louis, so it might be a respect ban coming from the side of Team IGN right now. But Super Zui will be marking down the Xavier, another good mage with late game scaling. But right now, we do see the draft from the side of Team 1D Legacy right now. They have an alpha as well as a cutout for the early, but Nishwe as well as the Xavier will be, scaling up towards the late game. And at the same time, they really need something which can dive in, zone these people away, take them down because they have a lot of range advantage.
That's true. That is true. Onto the side of Team Monday Legacy as well, they need a little bit of, tankiness as their frontliners. Sure, they do have the Katot Kacha, but I feel like this Katot Kacha is going to be onto the EXP lane, giving those AOG plays onto the back lines. But I don't think like the back line would be so easy given the fact that Kimmy is onto the Chow. Once you get caught into the way of dragon, there will be people behind you making sure you are down before you can make any move.
I mean, yep. And with that, which, really love this Novaria right now because she is able to dish out a lot of damage, and then we have a Suyo Respect who can, finish up the job. So right now, it just depends on how well Auntie is able to control the game, how well Respect is able to provide the snowball to Aaron because the same happened in the last game. They had a lot of space, a lot of gold to farm up. Like he was level 6, meanwhile Erythel was only level 4. That's how was the disparity between the two gold laners. They just need to follow up the same, and then IGN has the game onto the grab, especially Kimmy already picking up that Joe just to mark down a Xavier and the Granger right there. But then again, BT, don't you think they should go in for the Purifies?
Oh, that is much needed. Especially onto that Granger. Rather than a flicker, a purify would work it out very well because Kimmy, he's on the Chow. You know that Chow will be behind a mage or maybe the marksman. Other than that, in a few situations you will be seeing a little bit of way of dragging into the Alpha as well. But ladies and gentlemen, right now into the land of dawn, you are witnessing the second match of the day. Right now, IGN holds that 1 point into their hand. Will they be taking it away this game as well? Giving up a clean sweep, or will they be just waiting it out? Going into the match number 4 and 5. Let's just see, since this is a best of 5.
Well, yeah, and then once again, Kimmy already trying to just provide some vision right there, trying to provide some utility, and small skirmishes happening. But both the junglers just starting up, rotating towards the core lane. That's all. Meanwhile, in the XP lane, both the fighters already just front to front against each other. Meanwhile, I do see Kimmy in a tight situation, being immobilized right there. The flicker has been forced away right under 50 seconds of the game. Not a good gameplay. Maybe they were just trying to provide some vision which trying to snipe down the purple buff but will be unable to do so.
Okay, almost, almost. I really like the Stegreal who body blocked all the shots coming up. Now he really did a good thing, making sure that they would be getting it. But onto the lanes as well. Both the lanes, the gold and the EXP, they are playing it very, very slow right now. But Team IGN, they are on the move. Look at them. Oh,
Okay, Aaron taking so much damage from Nishwe right in the early game, trying to use up the range advantage he have right now before Granger gets to level 4. At the same time, you do see IGN once again just barring out the area around the core lane, wants to just disrupt the rotation which will be coming in the hands of 1D Legacy. But look at the stun connecting right there. Kimmy also going in, but the dash is right there. Flicker away. Flicker being baited out once again, PG.
okay, drunk is safe. He really moved away from Novaria's shot as well. So this is again a good deal for them. But oh,
Okay, the sphere of alpha connecting right there, and Kimmy will be able to, manage to escape right now. But right now, just 1D Legacy wants to just start that turtle, even though they do not have all of the support right now. Kimmy as the witch, Anti also going in, diving in. The zone is coming in. The AOTG is dropping down. It will be Respect winning out the retribution battle, and the first blood will be taken away by Anti as Alpha will be taken down. Drunk by next beyond the chopping block as rest of the team is right behind them. Robert trying to take up some damage. The revitalize has been popped up. And with that, they're still behind him. He's going back with the advanced enhanced basic attack. And Xavier with the dawning light try to take down Witch in a very, very bad position right there, but will be able to go away as Kimi as well as Respect is there for the support.
oh my God! Though he was very, very close to that Nexus, he still came out alive. That is a wonder right here. Now Team IGN are dishing a lot of damage, and as well as the first blood being a alpha, being the jungler, that is really not good for them. Given the fact that if they'll keep on losing their junglers, they will be losing the amount of gold that they are gathering it up. Now they know who the target is. If they take it them down, it will be getting more easier for them, and that is why Team IGN do play around a very good set of tanks.
I mean, true, and I'm having kind of flashbacks from the first main game because if you do see, 1D Legacy were denied all their buffs. The same thing is happening right now. Meanwhile, just look at Witch taken down right there off camera while we were just witnessing the brawl in the XP lane. By the way, the dragon connecting onto rank, they are trying to take another immobilizes right there, and the flicker will be forced away once again as. Right now, Drunk will live to tell the tale. Meanwhile, just look at them. Might even charge in onto the once again as the retribution has been forced up and the stun coming in. The Spear of Alpha used as a defensive maneuver and in a really low HP will be taken down by Kimmy right there. The Dawning Light not doing much damage right now. The Revitalize hasn't popped up. It is 1 versus 4. Definitely, Kaza will not be able to survive. They were trying to dish out some damage right there, but I think that was a very, very bad position to go back to. Meanwhile, the Flicker hasn't forced away once again. Look at Kimmy with the way of the dragon trying to take that down, but look at
Oh.
which with that meteor strike, taking down, striking down that 1 HP, low HP on the Xavier.
Kimmy really went on knocking on Devil's door. Look at him surviving 3 shots. The Granger, the Xavier, one by one, he is just surviving it out. Now the total going into the hands of Team IGN once again. You know that they really don't skip out on those objective plays, the turrets, the lodge. Now the second turtle has been already taken down, so the next step for them is to take down those turrets. Now they will be focusing onto the goal lane as well. Look at them, they know Kimmy will be there, and they are just making sure to get a little support for Nixu too.
I mean, too, meanwhile, Respect taking down Xavier once again. Not a good thing happening for the side of Team 1D Legacy as once again the snowball is spiraling away. Just look at Kimmy using the way of the dragon and just concealing it all away. Meanwhile, the ult coming from which, and with that, might be an easy disengage for Kimmy. Like, right now, he's treating the enemy jungle as his own playground, just going in, disengaging as he wants. There might be some skirmish in the mid lane unless IGN decides to go away. But look at the bot lane, the gold laners are trying to duke it out, and with that, Respect will be following up behind. And will our Granger be able to survive? Yes, he does. As right there, he's there for the help, respecting the really low HP, just trying to go away, but the implosion will not be letting him survive. Meanwhile, Kimmy and was trying to come in and run, taking up some hits right there. But then teams will be disengaging unless the Sphere of Alpha getting onto Aaron. The damage is right there, 3 versus 1. And Kimmy coming up from behind the 7 Force hasn't popped up, and D will be taken down right inside the turret. Meanwhile, just look at them duking it once again. The turret will be taken down. They're still going in far behind the rest of the team, but maybe it's time to disengage now.
Yep, that is true. They need to disengage. They need to make sure that they get their items back. They get their cooldowns up as well. Now, the bot lane has been taken down. Now, what is left? The mid lane. After the mid lane, they will be turning towards that top lane as well, given the fact that the turtle is just spawning now. Anti is looking for that beast mode, trying to give, waiting for Kimmy to give that perfect setup. Unable to get that opportunity, they are just moving, back and forth. Now, both the teams are gathered up. Now, we will be seeing something of a very good. Oh,
So the way of the dragon, such a beautiful skill coming from Kimmy right there, but it will be then taken down one by one, which has all been taken down. Anti will next be on the chopping block as it is a Hygiene falling down one by one. Only 2 members remaining. Harriet coming all the way from the bot lane, trying to help out. The AOTD dropping down onto Respect, but it did not connect. And with that, Respect to be able to move away. Meanwhile, Aaron all alone trying to dish out some damage. 4 members against him. He is trying to go away, trying to secure the first tier from the mid lane. Look at the low damage and with that, he still survives to tell the tale. The immobilizes right there, but Respect will be taking up, capitalizing as Xavier will once again be taken now. Meanwhile, right now, it is Respect onto the chase, trying to chase D and the stun, connecting right there to damage. The Spear of Alpha used up as a defensive man when niche way, trying to dish out some damage onto Respect. He is still surviving though. Meanwhile, Kimmy behind the scenes looking for one opportunity to take down Alpha, but okay, Robert trying to defend the mid lane and entire IGN just gathering down near the bot lane, trying to take that one kill, PG.
This is really, really something of a mess that we're looking at now. The Kimi is always active onto the map. He is there left and right, and every single bush is giving up the vision that they need. And despite Team 1D Legacy having that upper hand into the CC, they are still not utilizing. Team IGN really knows that if they get caught into the Tigrel's implosion, they will be in deep trouble. And to avoid that, they make sure Drunk is always not there into the team fights or making sure that he is isolated. And that is how Team IGN is winning all those team fights. Look at them gearing up for another one.
Show the taunt coming in, connecting onto Kimi. The elements from Novaria, Aaron from behind the scenes as Havensport hasn't popped along with the revive light. Look at the damage coming in from the dawning light. Isn't it now? The AOT dropping down, and Anti will be taken down as he's trying to zone people away behind the scenes. IGN trying to retreat. Meanwhile, look at respect this guy because he is trying to dive in, trying to take down poor Xavier. He is not surviving to tell the tale. Meanwhile, IGN just following up behind on the trail of respect, trying to. Okay, the meteor strike, kind of missing it out. The flicker has been used up, but look at the flicker and the CC coming in from Kimmy, and it will be Nishue
Oh,
who will be taken down next, and it might be a triple kill for Aaron right now. This guy doing an amazing job.
definitely an amazing job. The Harriet is unstoppable right now. Looking at the itemization as well, the Harriet does have all the core items along with the Holy Crystal. Look at him popping up damage one by one, taking him down. This time it was the Xavier going down, and as well as the turrets into their hands. This is really going easy for them. And another fact that they will be taking down the turret passive as well.
I mean, true. And what I want to say is, like, I think Xavier should mind the positioning because he's thinking that, like, first of all, he's able to survive, but then he stays for the team fights. He needs to be aware of respect because he has the dash, he has the diving in potential, and that's why he's been marked down by him left and right. Meanwhile, just look at the way the dragon connecting right there. Trunk will be taken down once again. Tigreal not being able to make much of a difference in those team fights because his implosions are getting cancelled, and he really wants the warrior as well as the marksman, the Harriet into those implosions. But who is letting you reach them? He's getting disrupted before he reaches near them, and with that, IGN getting the first lot of the game, it might be another straight easy victory for them. Peachy, what do you think?
Was true. Into the first match, we did see this the same similar fashion of the game going on. The lore was taken, the turrets were down, and they were just taking down each of those. Okay, wait a minute. I do see some shots getting fired. Back and forth for by the both teams.
Yep, they might go in handy, but this tier 2 from the mid lane has been taken out. Gimme right in that side the base, trying to bait people away. The Spear of Alpha once again used as a defensive maneuver. Alpha not getting the zone, not getting the time to dish out that damage. He's afraid that he will be melting down pretty easily right now, as the kill as well as the gold lead is in the hands of IGN right now. The Lord marching down from the top lane. Just look at Kimmy. He's right inside the base. He's still standing strong because he is confident with the support. He's confident right now. The Dawning Light coming in along with the ultimate coming from Novaria, and the inhibitors are under attack. Meanwhile, look at the Spear of Alpha kind of getting wasted right there. But Andy right behind the scenes controlling the maps over the implosion along with the AOTG dropping down. But Trunk will be taken down. The Lord is there, been taken out pretty easily. But meanwhile, look at only three members remaining in the hands of Team 1D Legacy. Alpha might next be on the chopping block as they are trying so hard to defend. But look at the way the Dragon connecting onto Nishue. Very bad positioning, and he will be paying it with his life.
That was a little greediness that we just saw from the Granger. Oh my god, just for one kill that he is able to put away his life. And next on the chopping block, we do have the Alpha going down. Members from the 1D Legacy are falling down one by one. Now, this is really a high time for them to get those team fights stopping, stop the Chow from coming in to give that way of Dragon. But okay, both the teams are just looking out for those a little bit of farm into their hands.
I mean, how impressive it is that Kimi, as well as Respect, they are able to dive in and then they are able to disengage so easily. That's how skilled they are in those micro plays right now. And as IGN is just surrounding the base, Respect has that immune dash, so he's kind of a perfect bait. Kimi as well as them. At the same time, Aaron getting the opportunity to dish out some damage. The Zaman Force as well as the AOTG used up as a defensive maneuver. Respect with the damage. Just look at how they are melting down. Just one shot is all that's required, and they are bleeding right now with only one inhibitor remaining on the side. The pace, the HP, the minion pressure is there, and with that, maybe for them, defense might be the best offense right now.
That's true. They need to make sure that they are getting a farm as well. Now looking at the itemization as well, both the teams don't have enough. Not both the teams. It is just team 1D Legacy because they need to have a little bit of items now. Granger is all farmed up, but oh,
The way the dragon connecting onto Rung, the flicker has been forced away. Robert trying to taunt people, but kind of wastage of resources. Meanwhile, just look at IG and they have a good lane sync right now. And with 1D Legacy just trying to defend it as the rest of the team is marching down. Look at the damage. One single basic attack dishing out so much damage. Aaron with the Holy Crystal right within 9 minutes. In the previous game, it was Granger with the BOD right under 9 minutes, but the CC coming in from Kimmy. Spear of Alpha wasted right there, but I think it will be Drunk who will be taken down once again as they are in a really low HP. The AOTG dropping down onto 4 members, but who is there to follow up the Lord? Also trying to take down the base's HP. Double kill secured, and Nishwe will be taking down Respect. The shutdown is there. It may be a double kill right there. He is trying to dish out some damage, but meanwhile, look at that. Just one hit is required for the base, who is trying to give that one opportunity, but it will be the minions who will
oh.
be taking the final MVP as they will be ending the game.
Oh my god, what a nerve-wracking game for Team 1D Legacy. They had a chance. They took down every single member of Team IGN, but to no avail. The minions, the real MVP, the minions were there. Look at them. Second game of the day, swept up by Team IGN once again. They really did a very well job. Both the teams really did a very good job onto that draft phase, but again, the execution part, that is what Team 1D Legacy are lacking right now. They need to make sure that they are not losing the farm, because once they lose that little bit of tempo that they had in their game, it is already gone. It's long lost.
Yep, and IGN absolutely dominating the battlefield right now. Not the like it's kind of the How is IGN is able to just capitalize on even the single slightest mistakes the side of 1D Legacy is doing? Like especially I think Xavier is a great mate, but then he lacks that mobility and he wasn't paying attention to respect. He needs to respect Suyo because he was diving in, making sure to take him down. And Granger was trying his hardest, but if you do see it was first Tigreal who was taken down solo, and then it was our Katot doing the same. So we will be going in for a short break right now.
Yep. We'll be right back for the game number three, so don't go anywhere. Bring in your snacks because this might be a clean sweep or that will be on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in the MLOS Season 1, Mobile Legends Odisha Series Season 1. Right now, we are heading up to the third set between IGN versus Team One D Legacy. We all know them as Raw, but this time, One D Legacy will be playing their do or die set because anything can be happen in this set. I mean, if they're gonna lose, they will be knocked out from this tournament. So beware of that, guys. And already IGN got 2 points in their hand, so they have that safer side right now into them. So heading towards the draft phase right now in your casting deck. It's your boy STZ with our fellow caster over there, Miss Debbie. Hello, Debbie. How are you? Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. And it's good to be back here after this drafting phase, because this is part of my favorite a part of the MLB scene because most of the time this is an opening to see how good the people, the squads are in their drafting, in their mindset, and in their strategy as well. So looking at the draft at the moment, we've seen one day Legacy they took out the Hilda again. That's an early aggressive hero that can disrupt your jungle and can be a nuisance until the early stages of this game when the farming is still going to happen. And I mean, understandably, so they are taking it out again. But onto the other side, Witch and IGN they took that. I mean, kind of his main hero, I would say, because they are onto the red side. They are taking out the choosing for to deny that those picks for 1D Legacy.
Yep, and right now we can see that I mean, Wandy Legacy just banned that Fanny. They don't want respect to use a Fanny and literally irritate them towards the whole game. And obviously, this is a do or die set, so they have some plans. They brought some tactics right now into their mind so that they can take this game to the fifth set. Even I also want that because who don't want a competition? Everybody wants a competitions in all these tournaments, and even our viewers loves to see this type of things. So obviously, we all want a fifth set. I'm rooting for you, Wandy Legacy. Just go for it, guys. Bring it on this time. And look at that. The Matilda will be getting banned from the side of IGN right now. That means we're not going to see any Alpha Matilda combo from any of the side right now. And obviously, I mean, Debbie, the Circling Eagle, and even though you can see the Gliding Winds, is too good in Matilda having in your team. You'll have those chances to use those, I mean, those skills and probably taking out your I mean, here jungler or maybe a MM from a very bad situation. So Matilda is a great pick, but this time they banned it. What do you think, Debbie? I mean,
Oh,
Matilda and a team have the upper hand, right?
yep, absolutely right. And it's kind of a safe choice to go into that first pick as well. So I think it's kind of a brilliant idea for IGN to take it away because they are not into that first pick. They want to deny that. And I mean, looking at the metas right now, it's kind of a dive, an early kind of competitive meta. And most of the time, you're gonna see that the Mathilda provides so much for the team into the early stages of this game when she takes their jungles that are very snowball heavily dependent. And so the Matilda is kind of an enabler right there. So taking it out is kind of a no-brainer at this point. So we have to see how the teams are gonna pick right now because one day Legacy have the chance for their first pick, but not two of the heroes, Trio and Lucas, have been denied again.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, they should deny those heroes. They have so much explosive damage right now. Even they are two great flex picks. So many users are using Suyu at the goal lane also, but I haven't seen this in tournament so far. And there you go. The Hylos will be getting picked by Team 1D Legacy. They don't want this Hylos to get fall in the hand of Anti. We all know how Anti regulate the Hylos in his hand. There you go. I mean, Anti got the Gato with the combo of Granger. This will be fun and excitement, full of excitement because it's the third set, guys. It's the do or die set of our double elimination round. The lower bracket semi-final is going right now. In the brief, I can say, in a short brief, I can say that IGN got 2 points in their hand right now. If this match going on to the hand of IGN, it will be a clean sweep for the Wandy Legacy, and IGN will be going to the lower bracket finals today. But there you go. We're gonna see the
Yep.
Hayabusa as well as Harith.
Oh. You know what? I would absolutely love to see the. Oh my goodness, I would love to see the Lancelot, but right now Respect is going for a safer choice. He's going to go pick up that Fredrin. I was rooting for a Lancelot, really, but looking at the goal lane, one of the picks right here, we've seen a fair matchup, I would say, because the Harriets, it's always the Granger and the Harriets into this goal lane matchup. So far, we have seen most of the time these two are the only marksmen that's been popular quite lately, but the irritant is kind of used as a situational counter pick. Maybe it's so good, maybe it's um not that worthy of a first pick here, but the Harris and the Granter are kind of an early pick marksmen, our goal laners in this point. So this combination, this laning phase is gonna be very, very interesting because I've seen the Hylos and the Gato being met up into that XP lane as well. And at the early stages of this game, the Hylos should have that upper hand. So at this point, IZN are gambling a little bit of a losing lanes for both of the lanes, but now they are securing an early game jungler that's very tanky, and that's also an enabler as well.
I mean, you can see this, Debbie. This is what we call about the draft strategy, the tactics, the
Yeah.
mental exercise you do in the draft. You can see the both teams. I mean, both the teams have picked their same heroes, same lane heroes. You can see the jungler has been picked, the EXP has been picked, the MM has been picked, even the
Yeah.
EXP has a flex pick. So this is what we call, I mean, the top two teams. Not the top two, but
Yeah.
top they are in the top teams of India, so both of them are the best teams right now, and they are proving that. The draft is proving that thing right now. And about the AoE damage coming from the Harith, it will be too much for that Granger. The Chrono Dashes, even the Zaman Force on a right point, it will be taking so much damage on that Granger. So I mean, Harith pick against a Granger is a literal great pick. Even you said that Irithel would have been given greater, but still, I mean, Harith in the current meta falls in a safer hand. I mean, against the Granger is good. Let's see what will IGN gonna pick. I mean, a sustainable mage like Lunox or something
Mhm.
else, explosive Forza or long range Eve. Eve is banned, so maybe a Forza we can see.
Yep. Before we are going to the pick, I do really like about this Eve pick right here for side I mean Eve ban right here for the side of IZN because Eve is so good against those frontliner heroes that's what that wants to soak up a lot of damage, that wants to stay in the front line, that wants to enable the backlines. And that Virgin is kind of fitting into that role. So taking the Eve out is a kind of a setup for the Virgin to have a good time in taking that role. He's gonna take like the frontliners, the distractor, the disruptor as well. So the Eve kind of disable it. So now taking that away is kind of a very genius move on the side of IZN right there. But we cannot forget about this white macro heroes that's being banned out for the side of 1D Legacy, the Louis and the chip totally taken away that can stop IZN to be a bit available into that macro section as well. But looking at the picks right now, what do you think of this Lunox as well as the Kufa again? Kind of new.
Yep, yep. I mean, so many unusual picks we are seeing right now. I mean, we don't see them in tournaments so much for so that's the reason you asked me that Lunox and this Kufra will add some magic in this game or not. We gonna see. Okay, I am talking in this accent. I'm sorry for that. I just remember someone, therefore I was talking in that accent. But here we are. I mean, the two drafts are looking too good. And as Davey asked me that what this Lunox and Kufra gonna do. So maybe I mean the Kufra pick has been done for that Granger to stop that Granger as well as that Auntie's CC. I mean, right now we can see the flex pick of Gato will be using in the roamer section, and there is the Fredrin. I mean, the jungler is right now a tanky. So this match will be so much fun. But here
Yeah.
we are, ladies and gentlemen, the land of dawn for the third set of the lower bracket semi-final in the double elimination round of MLOS Mobile Legends Odisha Series Season 1. You are watching from a home at RRG Esports Syndicate right now, and both the junglers are right now taking up their aggro. in your casting deck. It's your boy STZ and the greatest analysis. You heard this type of analysis from our Debbie only. So she is here also to make you clear what is happening in this match.
Yep, the early game, looking at it right now, IGN should be having that early game lead, and Kimi is trying to be a little bit of a nuisance into that jungle for the side of uh 1D Legacy. But the flex speed for the Gato is actually amazing, I would say, because this opened out the possibility of a CC coming on to the last stages of this game, and last stages of the drafting phase, because I do not want to see a Hylos brawling out with a Gata because the Gata is not going to have a good time just brawling out with the Hylos because the Ring of Punishment is a kind of factor that slows down the Gata and won't be able to proc his passive as much as he wants to. And Kimi on the Gata is amazing at it as well, and he wants to rotate, and that kind of
Oh.
open up all the parents' revenge.
Yep, and that was too good. I mean, on the Gato, on the point, and look at that Fredrin right now, giving some pressure in the EXP lane. Oh my goodness, they are going for the fight, Nitro. I mean, okay. That's good, good. I mean, they are literally poking right now to Wondi Legacy.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
there is a thing, Debbie. You're playing a BO5. You have fallen already 2 matches, so you have a low confidence right now. If you will not look after that, but those Rhapsody giving so much damage to the
Oh
Havoc
my
right now.
goodness. Oh, and he in a bit of trouble right there, but he does have the dice away in order to survive any kind of onslaught that's gonna be a threatening for him. But the taunt on the way, that just helped him.
Obviously, and
Oh
look at that at a
no.
very bad position. Will be taking down that Vexana over there. It's the first blood coming for Respect right now. Again, a double kill on the high loss. Oh my goodness, Robot as well as Super Zooey will be getting down over there, and they are going for the Tyrant. Tyrant will be getting back into his place. That's a nice escape from the Kufra. Turtle is right now looking at the hand of IGN, but we can't see anything. There is a Kufra over there, and that's alt. Come on there. Oh my
Oh
goodness. That eternal OAOG will be not happening anything. I mean, they lost Witch over there. I thought
yeah,
that Luna's gonna use her ult, but
yeah, that the stun was too long and so perfectly on time for Vix to just pop the brilliance in order to survive that onslaught right there. But what a good try for the side of 1D Legacy. They do need that one win in order to have that upper hand because at this point the side of IZN are doing all the work. They are doing all the shot calls and they are also coming out on top of it right there. And they are supposed to have that early aggressiveness. But oh, there's a charge on the Kufra.
yeah, obviously, and look at that. The OB Shadow Kilo Eternal Guardian just popped up of anyone, and look at that Gato. We'll be taking down that. Oh my goodness, look at that Ranger right now. The damage he is giving onto that Kufra and taking down him, it was too much coming from Aaron. And we all know that Aaron is a great user of Ranger, but still, the damage is right now coming on him. And look at that. Respect. At that moment, AOG will be connecting on. Oh my goodness, Robert at a very bad positioning right now. Let's see what will happen at a very less HP. They're going on to the Robert. Will be getting down over there in the mid lane. It's a killing spree for the Respect. And in the meantime, in the off camera, we can see that Granger being taken down.
Oh.
Taking down that Harith over there. Zaman Pros, dude used over there, but still.
Yeah, absolutely amazing fight for IZN. I was able to set a kill. Oh, not enough to
What was
take
that?
down Aaron, but right now, oh
Obviously,
geez.
and look at that. The damage is right now coming from Witch also. I mean, they have taken this aggressive lineup for this reason. But Debbie, can you say that what happened? That Hayabusa went for that ult, but still didn't connect it. The stacks were not on.
Yeah, the fact that I didn't land onto Aaron right there, it was so unfortunate. And there was the double damage that he was gonna have, the extra damage that he was gonna have onto the shadow kill
Mhm.
wasn't enough actually. There was not much of a stake, but respect just diving in. But there's not much of a casualty right there because well the teams will be disengaging because it was too much for IGN even with that aggression that they have. They also have that discipline as well.
Oh, that's a great flicker. AOG didn't connect on anyone, but right now giving so much damage to the Hayabusa. And this time Kupra will be taking down Beach over there. So much damage is coming from the Aaron over there. Rhapsody, oh my goodness, look at that.
Oh,
And Ranger getting the kill of the Rexana. And it will be a mega kill for Respect. Oh my goodness, look at that. I mean, Super Zooey as well as Udronk will be getting down over there.
Yep, absolutely amazing of a team fight, and the timing for this Appraiser's ref, I would say it was so perfect. And Aaron the creator is just coming on online so early on. When you see Harry on and a Granger maxing out into the goal lane, it's actually the Harry who's come out dominating them, but it's actually Granger now. But Aaron,
Oh my goodness, the Rhapsody as well as the Death Sonata did on the point, and the Hayabusa will be falling down over there. He tried to take on the blue, but he missed it.
yep,
I mean, the Granger, he missed it, the retreat on. But then Aaron was too fire. I mean, just went for that kill, and
yeah,
right now the turtle, the second neutral objective, again in the hand of IGN. IGN is right now in the upper hand. There you go, going inside the turret. The AOG will be not connecting
oh,
anyone. Mid lane first air will be getting down. Unstoppable for the Granger. Aaron is giving too much damage, and there you go. It's a double kill for the Aaron. The Hylos will be falling down over there, and the mid lane second tire will be also getting down or not. Let's see what will happen. But the Zaman Force has been used, giving so much damage. The Chrono Dash. Oh my goodness, look at the Lunas going with the ult right now. Will be taking down the Harith over there. The Zaman Force was wasted over there, and look at that at a very bad position. Will he managed to get back? Okay, he managed to get back. They don't want to they don't want to engage right now. So disengage from the IGN. But look at that
oh,
OB Shadow Kill getting down that Patron as well as the revenge was on to the time because CC will be taking down the Hayabusa also. That was a nice one.
yep. Absolutely amazing, but there was another jealousness coming out for Respect right there. But this man, I haven't seen him much on those Fredrin. There's tanky junglers. I've always seen him on those junglers that have a lot of damage. But right now, I feel like he can play a tanky jungle as well. But Anti in trouble. Oh, he's gonna be safe actually. That's AOTC.
I mean, I never saw Kimi is connecting any AOG on anyone right now. So many connected on Talia, but there you go. We cannot doubt on Kimi because he's a great roamer. But there you go. Look at that Hayabusa giving so much damage, but already have to disengage from the fight.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate for him. He did land the saddle right there. The damage should have been enough to take down the Lunox, but that's a bit on the Lunox, and the Lunox gonna be saving. Oh,
Okay, there. Oh my goodness, look at that. I mean, managed to escape from the very bad positioning, but still, I mean, right now. There we can see that IGN is literally dominating this match from their side. But oh my goodness, one more fight onto that high loss. I mean, right now, Udrong as well as the Raybar is falling down from the back. I mean, they are the frontliners, but still they are not managing that. I mean, they are getting those damage. I mean, look at that goal on Devi. Already at
yeah.
9K.
Yeah, so much of a goal earned right there, but Aaron, yep, I was seriously doubting that he would go for that second item under that Sky Piece because he did have the lead and he was so doing well against a Harriet as well, and his team score is also on time. But oh, that's Tyrant's Revenge again.
My goodness, two of them got connected over there. The AOG will be missed because Vexana will be taking down that Gator, and the revenge is on by Aaron, giving so much damage. The Rhapsody will be connecting over there and get the Death Sonata, giving so much damage, but Vexana managed to go over there. And look at that, Harith. They don't want to engage right now. The Elemental Lord will be coming soon over there, and look at that damage coming from Aaron again. I mean, he's not giving me a time to explain the things because
Mhm.
every time he's using the Rhapsody, it is connecting on someone and giving so much damage. If you have full HP,
Oh,
Aaron is there
again.
to make it happen. Look at that Death Sonata on to the point, and the mid second tire will be getting down. The
One
blessing is.
word I would say, don't give this guy the grandeur, Even if he tries to counter him, we have seen him last time when he was countering the Irithel. That's basically it
Obviously.
on paper. It's a counter for the grandeur, but it was him countering it. But oh,
Oopsie, oopsie, oopsie. Look at that. Vexana will be taking down CC. This time AOG connected on three people. And it will be taking down the Tyrant as well as the Legendary coming for Aaron right now. The Elemental Lord got fall down in the inhibitors. No inhibitors got, flashed like right now. But look at that. They are going inside the turret. This is the dominance coming from IGN right now. And the minions will be getting over. Let's see what will happen. I mean, the bot lane is still open. Debbie, what do you think? This is the end?
yeah, they can possibly go for the end because there's no way for a chance for Avanti Legacy to be defending this. But oh, they are just perfectly on time right there. The early aggressing can come on. Oh, Timmy caught in a bad position will be eventually taken down. But another wave push and oh, that's a dive.
Okay, okay, look at that. Oh my goodness, look at Aaron! Got oh my lovely lord. He managed to escape from that situation. I thought Obi Shadowkill will be taking down him, but at a very less HP. That flicker onto the point managed to escape from the ult of Hayabusa, and he was an inch of HP. I mean, it was a chance they got that Aaron at that moment. They could have got so many bounties, but still, it's okay, Debbie. I mean, they are falling down right now. Serious matter, serious note. 1D Legacy has, there is only 1% chance, and that is God's favor. If God is favoring on them, they're gonna make their comeback right now.
And they have to do the defense of their life as well because the damage. Oh, AOZ again.
It's we're connecting two people, and Lunas will be taking down that Kufra. And look at that Harith with the Zaman Force on, and the Chrono Dash giving so much damage onto that Lunas. Oh my goodness, this is a double kill for the Harith going on to the respect. Lunas is right now getting the Harith over there. It's a killing spree, and at a very less HP, Vish managed to escape with a double kill, securing the double kill over there. Only two people, the Death Sonata connecting on Hayabusa. Look at that, Hayabusa
Oh,
will be cutting down by Aaron, and only Vexana. Oh my goodness, it's a shutdown for the Vexana. Double kill for the Aaron. Two hits, and we will be seeing IG. Okay, that is some drama. Okay, I mean, minions were out, but still IGN managed to win this match. Two hits on the base, and you are in the lower bracket finals fighting with LCF right now. I mean, this will be fun, guys. Congratulations, IGN, for going to the lower bracket final. You have, two more matches if you want to get crowned in the MLOS. But still, IGN literally cooked this match. A dominant side shown by them, aggressive side shown by them. It's a 3-0. It's a clean sweep to the 1D Legacy. 1D Legacy literally fought right. Great, but it was not their day. Probably they will be shining in some other tournaments. Debbie, can you give a spark? What happened in this match? Why 1D Legacy fall behind in the? It's a do or die. They could have tried to win, but still they fall
uh,
behind. What happened?
I we can when we talk about the game, we just start for the drafting phase, right? So we are gonna talk about sometimes because that flexibility coming out from Jimmy, I mean not Jimmy, but Gatot Kaca, it's just he's so much of a flex that you do not know where the cards are being revealed. It's not him going into the XP, and they utilized it so well that they kept their I would say the secret ingredient was actually that CC right there. They pick it up into the last days of this drafting phase and onto that very, very last moment. And that kind of, disrupt every kind of combos and potential threats that's gonna come out for the side of 1D Legacy because they want that Hylos to be avoidable. They want that Hylos to be the distractor, that disruptor that can be onto that front line, sucking a lot of damage and be distracting them. Meanwhile, the Q4 onto the pick line is just counter side and come down onto that Tyrant's rage and eventually the revenge as well. But it wasn't on their mind that the CC was still available, and the CC was just purely dominating onto that Hylos, chunking his HP low time and time again. Even with the revitalize, it wasn't enough for him to survive any kind of onslaught coming out from the Yo-Yo Blitz as well as the Carrying Calls as well. But yeah, at that point, the XP kind of didn't it did become a non-factor. But on the other side of Hyun again, the Fredrin pick kind of was uh, a end game for them
Yeah.
because the
Yeah.
Hayabusa, you do not want to go against a threatening onto a assassin, and they did just that. Okay, I mean, we know respect is so good onto this Hayabusa, the Suyo, the Fanny as well, and so many assassins heroes, but we haven't seen him on this tanky Zangos. But right now he's popping it off, just being the frontliners and keeping his backline safely, and the early aggression they have as well. It's just they are using it too much to their advantage, and at that point it was the too much for 1D Legacy to come back because the goal lead was unbearable amount, and whenever there's AOZ connecting onto the backside, there's
Yeah.
always a zero kill for Aaron because he have a lot of damage. So kudos to IZN with their gameplay.
Kudos to them, and thank you, Debbie, for the beautiful analysis you've done. Obviously, she is here for that, and she's the best in it. So here we are, guys. The match is over, but the excitement, the fun is not over because we will be heading to the next match, which it will be the best match of tonight because it will be the lower bracket final. Can you believe the lower bracket is going to end, and we will be soon in the finals tomorrow? So our John towards whole journey was too good, but we are at the verge of end, and I will be missing each and every fans of Odisha as well as India. I mean, the Odisha series is going to end soon, guys. We'll be missing you all, but I mean, there will be so many tournaments coming. I mean, coming soon from RRG Esports, and we'll be waiting for that. But right now, we'll be taking a short break. Before we are going to the, I mean, we will be heading to that upper lower bracket finals between IGN Esports versus LCF. Guys, just go to the shop, buy your chips, bring it on. I mean, there will be I mean, the fire, the hitter of match of tonight in the two top teams of India going to clash with each other just to have a ticket to the finals to fight with eliminators. They are sitting in the finals fully that we are here. Any of them win, IGN or LCF going to fight with the final boss who is sitting over there, eliminators. So guys,
Yep.
be ready for that. Hit the subscribe button, like the stream, share the stream to your friends. Comment in the stream about your favorite part. We will be coming in a short break. Thank you for watching, guys. Love you all.
action. It is the MLOS double elimination day. It is a best of five between some of the best teams India has to offer. It is IGN Esports versus Lakshmi Chit Fund. And I am your caster, Baldudu, and I'm really excited to be here to cast this series for our viewers in MLOS. So, viewers, what are your thoughts on how this game will, take place? Who is going to have the better edge for these teams? Because looking at the lineup of IGN and LCF, these are two really, really star studded teams. And without wasting any more time, let us head into the draft. IGN has really fast drafts coming out from both teams. It is the Luo Yi and the Matilda taken out from their end, trying to restrict the options of Peter and Pine. So I would say actually Peter and Pine, yes. And they've taken out Lomlom's Fanny too. And on the opposite end, LCF has respected the meta in another manner. They did choose to take out the Lucas, who is absolutely devastating in the EXP lane and is a really comfortable flex pick in the jungle. The
Yep,
Zujin,
yep.
once again, with the Soul Snare, is really, really good. So, and the final ban is a respect ban coming out on Kimi. With that, the first phase of the bans conclude. And now it's up to Kimi to decide the tempo of the draft with the first pick. What will it be?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Kimi is a great player. I mean, he's a great roamer. Maybe he's going for that Badang roam because we have been seeing that lately that Badang roam is literally doing great in the land of Dawn right now. But I want to see a chip in the hand of Kimi. Literally, it's my personal request to him. But I know he will not get it. But still, I mean, let's see what will happen. Hello, Baldudu. By the way, how are you?
Yeah. I'm so sorry for I forgot to give the introduction, but viewers, this is Ash TZ, one of the very best. And yes, it is a pleasure to cast with you, man. So, what are your thoughts on the draft so far?
I mean, the draft is literally gonna be best because this is the match between two of the best teams of India. So we're gonna see a sexy draft coming from both the teams. It's the first set of the BO5 of the lower bracket finals. But guys, as Baldudu said that he missed the intro, it was a great cause because I have to replace someone with me because you all know that I mean there is a great caster tonight with who gonna cast with Baldudu. He's none other than Burger. Hello, Burger. How are you? Please, join and replace me. Everybody's waiting for you, man.
Well, I think Burger is having a few technical issues, but until then, let's not keep the viewers waiting. I am myself, I'm kind of waiting for Burger to take over, so my voice will get a break. But analyzing the draft, Pine has picked up the Gatot Kutch, which is a really, really strong hero in the current meta. He has the Unbreakable, the Steel Fist, the avatar of the Guardian, which is just so good to zone and disrupt the formation of their opponents. Stark, on the other hand, Stark TZ has picked up the Harith. The Zaman force is really, really strong this meta. And Lomlom has completed their main damage dealers with that Joy pickup. And I'm not really sure because both teams so far have really less CC. Like with the AOG is a very strong crowd control, but it is not. The cooldown is really high too, so it's like a high risk, high reward ult, and it's kind of easy for most heroes to dash out and escape from this ult. So, what are your thoughts on it? Hmm. So, looking into the second phase of the bans, we're already going underway. These teams know each other so well. The bans are so fast. And yes, it is the Chip and the Hilda taken out, further restricting the options that Kimi or Anti will be getting on that EXP or the roam, because the Hilda is such a hero that can be flex picked on either lane, being an absolute menace to assassins, invading and basically harassing the opponent jungler, restricting his farm, and doing the job a strong roamer should do. And that is Kimi's favorite playstyle. He loves to play the invades, which is why the Cho has been taken out.
Yep, yep. And right now we are heading into the last ban of from the. I mean, the second banning phase. This is the last ban, and it will be a glue, guys. I mean, obviously, right now in the meta, glue is doing great in the EXP lane, and you don't want it to fall in the hand of, I mean, LCF. Obviously, Anti is a great player of glue too, but still, I mean, there is a high loss. We know all know Baldudu that Anti can go for that high loss also. So let's see what will happen. But right now, I think the technical issue from our younger caster Burger is already been, I mean, solved. Perhaps Burger, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ash.
I thought you are on a date.
Nah, nah,
Okay.
Roots is not saying yes to it. But anyways,
Okay.
let's see the match between LCF.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that. Meet your fellow caster, Baldudu. Baldudu, meet your fellow caster, Burger. So, guys, I'm going, and this two gentlemen's gonna, I mean, give you the spotlight of today's match, this lower bracket final. So, see you guys. Let's give some time this guys to speak right now. Thank you guys for coming.
So, Valdudu, where were we?
Well, so far we have headed in, the draft is almost complete. Well, I think IGN has finished its draft with Anti picking up one of his signature heroes, the Phoveus, and Witch picking up the Cecilian. So I think IGN's draft is looking really good. And now it's up to too fast for you to pick up the marksman to complete LCF's draft.
Yeah, surely. I mean, Phoebus, I would say, would be a great counter for the Joy, to be specific. And Badang, I mean, with his recent patch, he is getting a lot of stuns with his, I mean, dashes, with his second skill to be exact. And I mean, both of the teams' compositions are looking really great. But then, yeah, as you said, the last slot needs a proper marksman to counter with.
Hmm. Okay. I think it might actually be a Harith gold because like recently we have seen LCF pull out the Harith in the mid lane. Who is Peter did use the Harith in the mid lane, so I thought that's what it would be. But it's the Harith on the gold lane and the Novaria to complete the draft from LCF. And I think the Novaria pickup is really good because you have nobody who can actually reach Novaria constantly because she's gonna be so far away from the fight, dropping those
Yeah,
snipes. So the only
yeah,
person who can actually reach her is the Suyo, or if Granger's ults land really well.
yeah. I mean, they do need to have that glorious path on their side, you know, to catch up to the Novaria, because she's not really, well, not just it's not about just her range, but then with her skills she can also run backwards very easily, and with a flicker she probably would be running all through the map.
True that, and I think with that, viewers, we have headed into the land of dawn. It is game one of the double elimination of MLOS. Both teams have such a really, really strong draft, that has taken shape, and now it's gonna be up to the execution of that draft to see who takes the edge in this game one.
To be honest, I mean, in the early phases, I Novaria would really do a good thing poking for their opponent's jungler. But then, yeah, as you can see, she already took an a small camp from that Shuyu. So, Novaria with her age is really annoying. And late game, her snipes. Those hurts a lot.
Exactly, like even with an Athena, you kind of end up losing half of your HP as a tank, especially with the new item Wishing Lantern. It's just so annoying to deal with, man.
Yeah. And like, I don't know if you have seen or not. I mean, these days you can see Novaria as well as like, pairing in with those Sky Piercer. That's really little combo. That's literally one shot combo, to be honest.
True that, but there's a lot of dive coming in from the side of LCF. But compared to IGN, they have more of a team fight comp. Like they have spacing, they have zoning, they have initiates, but it's more of a sustained fight. Unlike LCF, which kind of is a hit and run kind of comp.
Yeah, that's very precise. I mean, because see, they have that Sicilian to endure. I mean, not to endure, like to provide those backline damage. And to be honest, no Novaria also can deal from from the backline a lot of damage, but it's just for once or just a one hero. So Sicilian having as well as that bat feast on his side would help him a lot.
Ooh, there it is. Joy dropping in the beats, using up the ultimate baits out. The revitalize. The fight has begun. Cecilion using up the bat impact. Phobius diving in. It's gonna be too fast for you. Who falls first? I feel like he dove in a little too fast and a little too early, taking up all the damage for his team. And with that, the tempo of the turtle goes onto the side of IGN.
I mean, Baldudu, as you mentioned like earlier, that IGN do have a really team fight composition. So it is proving out right because with Hylo's Joy and Harith can't really just dive in just like that. So they're facing a bit problem right now.
Exactly. Look at Anti being a menace in the midst of three. He isn't stopping, dealing in so much damage, buying up so much time, but he managed to flicker out, takes that snipe, gets popped down really low, but was able to buy so much time on the map for his teammates, for respect to pick up that jungle and get that level advantage slowly but surely.
Yeah, and coming in with a bad face and that bad impact just finishes off that Badang. I mean, on half of the HP, he was having a trouble this time. And at the top lane, the Zaman Force has been used, but Granger with his uh, Rhapsody and that second skill, he's
Ooh.
just keeping to first.
And they did try to have an engage on the top side, but it was not successful. And the creators sniffed out the attack before it could even begin. But Lomlomai, on the other hand, trying to make a few plays, does not get the opportunity he needs just yet. I think LCF needs to wait for that 6 to 7 minute mark for them to get their actual item spike, because Novaria is not dealing enough damage. Neither is the Joy or the Harith, who are their main source of damage so far.
It's true. I mean, yeah, Novaria, after those mid phases, she would be having some like damage dealt upon on those opponents, and she needs to wait for it.
True that, and they have four magic heroes on the side of LCF. So at the same time, they do get their power spike. If IGN itemizes well, they could delay the item pressure much further. But there is the AOG, the glorious pathway being used up. The turtle gets reset. There is Pine with a beautiful set, catches three. Not gonna be enough. Kimi is gonna be escaping as fast as possible. Too fast for you. Knows he can't back off, forced to re engage, will make it back with a sliver of his HP, staying alive for just enough time. Only Pine will fall, taking down Respect and Anti. But who did the turtle actually go to? I didn't pay attention to that.
Show you that retry on time. And as we saw on the mid lane, Cecilion also did escape with a very minor HP on his bar.
I mean, like, I think so far, the tempo is still somewhat in the hands of IGN. They're able to dictate the fights, but they'll have to, put up the pressure on the lanes. They'll have to probably let Fovius start rotating, because that is the plus point of the Fovius. He's not someone you want to just leave in your lane. You want him in the team fights.
Yeah, that's true. Because constantly movement of their opponents will provoke that passive from Phobius, and he would be dealing a lot of splash damage, jumping on towards that opponent. So it's really plus point for Phobius on those team fights.
Exactly. And on the top side, do we see a play, or is it just the teams trying to poke each other out? And I think this is a difference you see in like these higher quality games. I mean, like normally in like other games of a different sort, you will probably be seeing like a scoreboard of like 10 to 12 in the first like 5-10 minutes. But both these teams are able to hold on. They're only fighting near the objectives. And I think that is what sets them apart from the rest.
I mean, they do know the risks of losing those small early game uh, trades. So, those stack up and do make a lot of difference on the late.
Ooh, and there it is. We might be seeing a fight towards the turtle because once again, you have five people of each team near the turtle trying to fight for vision, trying to assert dominance on the map. Too fast for you, trying to bait out anti, uses up the taunt. There is the glorious pathway. The Zaman force being used up. There is Pine trying to make a play, zoning out anti. The AOG connects. Kimi will fall. Pine is there with the flicker set up, gets the double kill. Will it be three? No, it's Lom Lom who cleans up. Anti picks up a response onto the Badang. He is there in the midst of it all, fighting against four, trying to get one pick off, but he's not successful before the final jump off the monolith.
I mean, with this, I would say, and Phoebus did initiate really forwarded, really fast from his teammate. He should have waited. I mean, at least high lows to pop in, so he could back onto those, mark on those backlines, and like he was literally in front of uh, what do you say, Joy. So she really dashed away her skills, and with that, Joy thus secures the turtle for her team.
I think with that Lord, with the turtle fight, I think there's a lot more confidence from the side of LCF. Like you can see the way they're rotating. Uh, there's a lot more aggressive movements coming in from the Gato because I think he's kind of found his confidence now. He knows like the damage levels of his opponents. He knows Kimi is not going to be committing that hard without anti with him. So they will probably have to play around the Granger right now because that is the person who they need to snowball fast. Because the late game Cecilion will anyway get there and he will carry, but they need the Granger to step up in these fights.
And specifically, Granger do needs those stacks on his Sky Piercer. Without, I mean, Granger without the Sky Piercer would deal a bit damage, but then, the finishing off with the Sky Piercer are done more like, professionally.
Exactly. I mean, it's so annoying when you play against a Fed Granger with 80 stacks. He comes up, drops one S1, and your entire team disappears along with you. Yeah, it's just not fun when it's when it's played right. But I think they're doing a really good job trying to stop them. But there is respect. Trying to make an engage does not manage to land the Soul Sever just yet. On the other end, which doing a good job holding the mid defense, but on the top there is a solo kill. A Stark picks up the kill onto Aaron the Creator, as once again IGN will have to pull off a base defense. There it is, the glorious pathway being used up. Kimi defending the turret against the world. It's a 1 versus 2. Will he succeed? It's going to be a 1v3, and they dive into the turret, taking down the Hylos as he's sent back to the base.
Maybe there we could have seen, Granger did tie up with that Hylos. I mean, that was a really further extension from them. But then, in the mid, in the blue, you know, and that AOG connects to that low HP Cecilion and finishes him off. And they also do get that top lane turret.
I damn! Oh my god! I think Anti has got chain CC'd over there, forced his flicker out. A good play coming out from them. They were able to get a major battle spell before this Lord, but at the same time, IGN still has more than enough resources to pop a Lord siege. They still have the glorious pathway, and I think Kimi is searching for an opportunity to actually get into that fight. But I think that just gonna leave this Lord and try to defend it right now.
I mean, trying to come up for their lot would be probably a failed attempt because, Shoyu was far back and, as for the team composition, Hylos is giving a really nice vision to their team. And, I mean, what to say about that Badang, he's really connecting with those skills really well.
Exactly. Like while his KDA might not reflect that status, I think he has been a very important part of IGN not being able to snowball. But in the mid side, there is a massive fight going on. The revitalize used up on both sides. The AOG connects onto two. Will they force the issue? Yes, they do. Lom Lom gets stuck and caught in the tower. Gets killed, picked off really big time. Pine uses up the ult, gets a kill onto Anti, but Aaron gets the double kill. The Sky Piercer stacks are finally online as IGN is back in this fight. It is a 2 for 3 trade, but I think IGN will take it because they lost. While they lost Kimi, they were able to have a good base defense.
True. I mean, these both teams are really exchanging kills, but then for now, I guess LCF are having much better trades. And looking at the goal difference, uh, they're approximately in 3K goal lead. So yeah, not that bad for them. Now, I mean, not three, it's four.
Yeah, it is a 4K gold lead. But at the same time, the late game of LCF is gonna be mostly who is Peter at that point, along with Stark. Because the Joy will really struggle to get into those fights towards the late. But you have a Cecilion who is gonna keep stacking forever. So I don't know what exactly is the game plan for both teams at this point because it is a very 50-50 in the late game. It's completely dependent on which team has the better engages and the better calls.
Yes, and we can see, I mean, Noveria is constantly using her, I mean, range to, you know, poke that red from that Shoyu. And I guess she secures it. No, no, she doesn't. And towards that mid lane, okay. I mean, at this time, Team IGN are building up some tension in that mid lane. Meanwhile, Harith probably will try to no, not backdoor, not backdoor. It would be a very much overextension from them.
And look at that. Badang is going in for like a pure tanky build. He's got the Thunder Belt, the cooldown boots, and then he's just going all in on the defense, the Dom, the Oracle. But on the other hand, Cecilian has actually built up the Clock of Destiny really late. He's actually ensuring that the front line of LCF gets melted down as fast as possible, so Aaron can pick up the last hit with the Sky Piercer.
I mean, as you mentioned that Badang, I mean, he's only trying to get those stuns landed on that Shuyu or that Sicilian.
Look at that damage, man. Like, Anti has the Radiant. He is a tanky Phoveus, and despite that, he lost almost all of his HP from the beats of that Joy. As they're trying to siege down the Lord really fast, Kimi will get slowed down. The Thunder, the Glorious Pathway being used up. The AOG does connect, but there is nobody there to give them the follow up. All the ultimates were usually already used. I don't think anybody expected a fight from LCF, and his teammates were not prepared for it.
Yeah, true. And no, like Joy did have her ultimate, but then diving in straight up, and they do have also that Phobius. So Joy, even if she dives up, even if she gets a kill, but she won't be successfully retrieve herself from that fight.
Exactly. And look at LCF. They're kind of cleaning out the entire jungle. The gold lead has slowly inched up from the 4K. It's going on to a 6K gold lead. The Luminous Lord marching down the top side. Anti getting caught out really low. That is an overextension, and he will pay the price for it as they will lose their top side inhibitor. Respect trying to bring this turret on this Lord onto the mid side. Succeeds in doing so, and I think that is not a bad base defense coming out from IGN, despite that mistake on top. Losing only one inhibitor with that gold lead is a really, really good trade for them.
But then, if Anti would have stayed in position, they would have gotten a lot faster. Or you could say would have even defense the turret.
That is possible, and look at that. Witch does use up the bloody bats. He gets a beautiful setup. The Sanguine Claw will catch. Pine will have to get back from this fight. Respect dives in really deep, but there is Lom Lom in the heart of the base, picking up the kill onto Aaron. He will be able to walk out successfully. The Sanguine Claws does not connect, but I think That is a good shutdown for them. Despite Aaron losing the stacks on his Sky Piercer, they got a very important shutdown on that Harith because he didn't die this whole game.
In LCF, the Joy Lom Lom, they dive in really good, like directly converting towards that. What they said Granger. That was really nice of him because killing in that Granger, putting his stacks down is the most prior thing. I mean, for team.
And I think surprisingly, you don't see Arena or maybe a Winter Crown to bait out the Joy's dive.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Winter Crown, Shoyu does takes in that Winter Crown on his pocket. I mean, he confirms it, but then their Sicilian also do needs one because Joy can have a really nasty movement speed. Connecting his you know electrifying beats as well as his cold retribution would give him a lot of movement. So Sicilian do needs to gear one of that Winter Crown on himself.
And with that, the Lord has been taken down once again for LCF. The goal lead is kind of reduced from the previous 6K, but it is still a 5,000 gold lead. Uh, but Aaron has got his full items. Cecilion is moving towards getting maxed out. So I think they should be able to manage a good base defense if they play their cards right. Because the longer they drag this game out, they will have a slight advantage over LCF in terms of scaling.
And I think this Lord is gonna be really hard to defend. I mean, it is a luminous Lord, and not just that, it's the 15 minutes Lord. So would be hitting a lot far harder. So they do need
Ooh, there
to
is the
scale up.
AOE. Does manage to connect on to Aaron, but this is not the follow up he expected. Lom Lom being very, very sneaky. He picks up the blue. He's just waiting for a chance for him to engage, waiting for those minions to stack up. But look at that, too fast for you, making in the dive. The Sanguine Claws connect. The damage is there. Will the Lord Defense succeed? The Zaman Force, Harith will pick up the kill along with Lom Lom. Make it two. Kimmy will fall. The front line is down. So is which Aaron gets a kill onto too fast for you, but the minions are there and it's just one man against the world. It is the base has been exposed and sieged down by LCF as they take game one of this double elimination.
I mean, a really great showcase by LCF. I mean, having that Joy on their team was a really plus point towards them because no matter how much damage Sicilian deals in the late game or Granger deals, but then they do have that choice, so it can really dive into those backlines, finish them up apart. And these heroes, I mean, Granger does have a bit of movement, but then Joy is much more faster than him. So I guess the major part, I would say Joy did play really well, but then Pookie was also really great with connecting his dashes.
Exactly. I think the Badang in the early game was the win condition for them because LCA was trying to wait for an opportunity to dive in because of how annoying Kimmy and Anti were. But with those beautiful sets with the Badangs, Iron Blast, Iron Fist, they were able to get a few early kills, which allowed them to snowball.
True. And I guess with this, we would like to take a short break and we will be back with our match number two. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our MLOS Double Elimination. This is best of five, and we are having yet another match, interesting match between the LCF and the IGN. IGN is on the left and LCF is on the blue. Last match was won by LCF, so yeah, they are having a lead. So IGN do need to pace up with their skills in this game, or else LCF would be again dominating. So yeah, I'm your Castor Burger, and with me I do have Baldudu. So Baldudu, please take over.
Thank you for the intro. And yes, you've kind of summed up how game one went. IGN had the ball with them, but it was stolen away by LCF, and they are planning to run away with it and take the series along with them. But looking at the draft this time, I think IGN chose not to let the joy go, because I think the joy was the biggest issue for them in the late game. Despite making two magic defense items, the joy was absolutely shredding the front and the back line of IGN. And respecting the potential it has, they have not let it go over in the draft this game, banning it out. On the other end, LCF's ban is pretty much the same. They have taken out the Harrod this time because it is their I don't think they want to give it up for Aaron. And they have taken out Kimi's Joe once again.
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish the shadows that plague this world.
Sir, what's your command? Your team is picking.
And yeah, I think with that, the bans for this phase one have been completed. It is the Suyo and the Fanny taken out. A lot of jungle options being restricted. You have three jungle picks that have been restricted, three assassins. But by doing so, taking out the Fanny, by restricting Lom Lom Mai, you have given up the one and only Zujin to who is Peter. And I'm not sure if that is the best decision, or if IGN and team have planned around baiting out that Zujin pick from Peter.
I mean, Zushin is really great. You know, uh, Specifically to those passive frontliners, she is really can be reaching havoc to them right from the early game, and giving away Zushin is not a great option. But then they do need to put in some really agile heroes, and we can see Team IGN put locking in that Lucas. I mean, this hero is really great as it is new to the game, and it's really horrifying in this meta because he can really one shot with his wolf form in the late phases. But then you never know, he can also be played as a sustain hero. And that Gatot Kacha, I mean, last match we saw some really great initiations with that Gatot Kacha and that AOG. I mean, so these two can be a core combination of the crowd control damage.
And I think that front line from the side of IGN is like, I feel like it's a statement. They had a lot
Yeah,
of options open. They had, they knew the Zujin could go over. They left the Hayabusa, they left the Gato, they left the Granger, but instead they instantly locked onto that Lucas and Witch on that you know the Gatto. So I think they have some kind of game plan in mind, which involves just dominating the back line. You just dive in with the AOG in the back, Lucas from the front, and there is some assassin to clean up. Maybe it might be a Bane comp, maybe.
maybe. But then they could also lock in with the probably a Alpha or a Terizla. I mean, Lucas can also be a good as a hyper, because with like doing that, he would be having his CD really low with certain
All the planes exist in
items,
equilibrium.
and they do lock in with that Eve. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is a really great combination looking in for a team fight. Locking in, boxing in with that kill box. Eve would be dealing a lot of damage.
Exactly. I think it is like a burst comp versus a brawl comp. And there is no winner or loser in such kind of comps, because usually how it goes when you face off such kind of comps, either the burst comp just shreds your front line or back line before you even start the fight, or this one guy from the brawl comp will absolutely devastate your backline before you do anything. So it's going to be completely dependent upon how well the roamers from both these teams will actually give them the opportunity to make the engages. The roamers and the mages. I think the mage will be from both teams. The Eve and the Zuzhan, Peter and Aaron will be deciding the tempo of this game. Who will be able to get that upper hand?
I mean, they also do need a tanky hero. That's why, on the second banning phase, as we can see, Team IGN are banning in that Hylos as well as that Matilda.
And they have taken out the Alpha and Claude in response. I have a high feeling that, Too Fast for You might end up picking up something like a Kufra or a Chip, because I think it could be a great response to stopping the comp from IGN from actually grouping up. Because if you play the chip, you always have five people with you, right? So you could just go and solo gank one person and then bring your entire comp with them, nuke that person, and then just go back to your respective portals.
I mean, sometimes that backfires too, as from your ally portal, the opponents do also arrive in, and I mean, locking in that Aerithale combo. This is definitely a good burst down combo from the team IGN, and this time they are not looking down to lose this match.
And there is Pine getting the glue this time because it was not banned out. By trying to restrict too fast for you in the roam options, they have given up a lot of options in EXP, letting Pine pick up one of his comfort picks. And I think that glue is going to be an absolute menace, stopping that front line of IGN from reaching their full potential. But respect, that Aerial pick could be really, really good if it scales. If it manages to, truly develop to its full potential in this game, with despite that OEG shadow kill, despite Star poking him with the Death Sonata, I think he could turn this game around because the late game Erithiel is unstoppable. Like one S1, S2, you lose all of your HP, man. And yes, it is too fast for you picking up that chip. As I said, uh, I think it does kind of round out the comp from LCF really well. And on the other hand, the jungler is the one pending. And I think it's a little bit of swapperoo going around with the teams. Yep, it is. Surprisingly, it is Kimi playing. Okay, fine. It's not. They have swapped with each other. I was kind of confused saying Kimi pick up the Erithiel. I was like, okay, we might see something really new and risky in the game too. But no, they're just swapping around, which will be taking up the Eve for himself. And Aaron, one of the best gold laners in the server, will be picking up the Erithiel on that Ducati, trying to take home game two and bring this game to a draw.
Yeah, well, they would try it, but then you know, uh, I mean, seeing the Lucas in their team already gives confidence to their team, as on those late team fights, or you could say mid game team fights, he would be sustaining as well as dealing a lot of damage, and you never know. But then if the Zushin positions herself, precisely, she would be getting up some really good kills.
And with that, viewers, we do head into the land of dawn. It is the game two between LCF and IGN in this best of five. LCF taking that 1 point lead will want to extend it to two, but will IGN let them steal away that point? We will be seeing as this game unfolds. And so far, both parties already look at that too fast for you being a menace, trying to steal that red buff off that Ling. Ling is there making the re-engage, uses up baits out the flicker of the chip, and I think that's a massive resource being used up before the first turtle.
I mean, Chip, I guess, yeah, that's a really, uh, very much uses of resources in the early phases. But then, what if they get
Ooh,
those?
I think that's gonna be the first blood already.
Yeah, the Chip
I mean,
has been shut down by that. I mean, Chip. Not chip. I
Look
mean,
at
Gatot
how
Kacha has been. Yeah.
Ooh, look how annoying that combo of that Luo plus sorry, not the Luo, the glue plus this uh Zujin is. I don't think the front line is getting a chance to breathe in the early game. Look at that once again. Too fast for you dives in, baits out the the retribution of that Ling. No, he does not. Actually, it is Lomlo Mai who managed to steal it away from the Ling as Ling had it on cooldown at that moment. He is still at his level 3, barely gonna be touching level 4, while Lom Lom is close to getting his level 5 soon.
I mean, and the turtle is will be up in 5 seconds on the top lane EXP side. And usually when we see the turtle spawning in on those EXP sides, we do see a lot of fights.
And with that that dive in the mid lane, they managed to bait out Witch's Flicker, another big spell being used up. There is Zujin diving in with the Soul Snare, uses up the butterflies, and will catch out Lucas. The ultimate from Anti-Mage will not be sufficient to stop the damage from reaching him. And with that, once again, Zujin constantly pulling off that backline, being an absolute menace to Kimi and Gato. There is the real world manipulation being used up too fast for you in the backline. Glue will catch them with the split, but respect in the backline zones out Lom Lom, picking up a kill. Pookie Pine diving in once again, but he is caught out in the thick of it as Dark TZ gets another kill. This fight is still going on. Anti wants some more action, but will pay the price for the folly he commits. Look at that Lom Lom Mine diving in really deep. Will he get the kill? No. It is Aaron who escapes with a sliver of his HP as Lom Lom moves towards the turtle. I think that was a really, really long, drawn out fight coming out from both teams.
I mean, yeah, we did expect Lucas to sustain, but then Zushin's early game poking is proving themselves dominating from the right from the early phases. And they are winning those small trades in the fight. So let's expect team IG LCF will win this match number 2. But nevertheless, we would also like to see a comeback from IGN.
And in the first 4 minutes of the game, there's already close to a 3,000 gold lead, or 2,000 gold lead. And while it might
Yeah,
look like a small amount, it is not less in the early game. I think that is a big number in the first 4 minutes of this game. Look how aggressive, these guys are playing with the support of the Chip and the Zuzhan. The Granger is cutting lanes in the gold lane. And I think that's a really crazy sentence to hear in the first 4 minutes of the game.
I mean, yeah, as you said, probably it's just 2k goal or 2k goal lead in the first 5 minutes, but then it's really hectic because in the early game you don't have much defense or much aggressive items on you, so it's like a minor item per hero.
And look at that, Lom Lom is going to be touching his level 8 right now. We know Ling does manage to pick up the Berserker's Fury for himself. The blue buff is going to be up soon. Will we be seeing an invade, or I think both teams are just going to play for the turtle right now rather than an invade.
I mean, yeah, and at the top lane we could see some fights going on with you know between this both tanky heroes. I mean, Blue did cut off his lane for that turtle.
Oh, there is the portal being used. The AOG being used up by Kimi does not catch much, but there is real world manipulation zoning out 4 people of LCF. Anti picks up the kill on Too Fast for You. Lom Lom trying to re engage while Respect gets the kill on Stark. He gets killed back. A killing spree picked up by the mage of LCF. Pine bringing back Anti will not succeed in, escaping from that 3 man, pincer movement coming out from the side of IGN, as it is a 9-6 scoreboard, but a really good trade coming out from the side of you know IGN, because they allowed Aaron and Witch to get a few more assists and kills, which they need to scale up as soon as possible. And look at that, Witch again gets poked out really low in that fight by Peter and Too Fast for You. He has to back off using up his flicker.
At the top lane, Ling is trying to push some turrets, but then he also does backs off. And here we could see tension building up on the gold lane. Ship, I guess he's ready with his ult.
And once again, they're trying to pull back Kimi, but they have to pay attention as Anti is diving in the backline. Kimi uses up the ult. The portal is online, but Stark TZ picks up the kill onto the Gatot Kutch. While Anti uses up the flicker really aggressively to get that fight. Lom Lom on the top side tries to get on the bot side, tries to get the kill onto Aaron, but forced to back out as he could not succeed in getting the kill. Peter once again wants to dive in onto the blue buff. Will we be seeing a successful invade?
Activation, yeah. Ling did secure his blue. I mean, without it, he would be suffering as it's not even, the mid phase has just started. So, you know, late game, I mean, Ling can do a bit, but then on the early phases, and Hayabusa with his shadow kill finishes off that Eve off guard. I mean, without any minions, it was just piece of cake for him.
And there it is. They bait out the AOG once again. Aaron uses up his ultimate. Sorry, he uses up his ultimate and the sprint, trying to save the base. But Peter is there to force the zone out. Look at the amount of damage coming in from anti mage, but it's not gonna be enough for him to make his way back alive. Look at the portals being used up so well. Coming on by too fast for you as they were able to bait out Ling's ultimate, but Aaron the creator successfully will manage to bait out the Stark, and he gets a kill onto him, but Lom Lom will manage to trade it back, and that is a 1 for 3 trade coming out from the side of having a very very good trade for them as they rush towards that Lord, not before picking up the blue for themselves.
At this point, I think both the teams would be trying to contest for the Lord. I mean, if they don't have their ultis or those spells on them, so let's see. By the way, Glue is on the top bottom side, switching lanes. Both of these heroes and Granger, and for Granger, Lucas as well as Gatot Kacha were camping in, but I guess he knows it, so he's playing it safe.
And it's just so annoying to deal with that Zushan, man. Like, Kimi is unable to actually provide vision without almost baiting an engage every single time he dives in. Like, look at that. Once again, they baited out the AOG from him. Respect diving in the backline. Stark picking up the kill. Lomlomai gets caught out really low. Will pay the price as Anti picks up the kill. The real world manipulation is there. It's kind of bugging out with the animation. But Respect dives in onto Peter. Will they get the kill? Yes, he does. That's a massive shutdown coming in for them as Pine, on the other hand, dives onto his backline, gets the kill on Stark as Aaron will not let his opponents get back. And look at that, Aaron is gonna zone out this too fast for you. Respect, on the other hand, really wants to get the kill onto Pine, and he will succeed in doing so. This is basically a wipeout coming in from the side of IGN onto their opponents as they'll be trying to taking that Lord as soon as possible.
I mean, Team IGN as having that Erythel on their team are having some, late game spikes, but
Retribution! Dude, that was clutch. I think that was a really clutch retribution coming in from Lom Lom.
I mean, we both probably didn't expect, Hayabusa connecting those squad shadows and securing that, Lord from his team, but then he did it in an impossible way, and as well as, he died himself, but, also took Ling with him.
Dude, that was really, really crazy. Because, like, you saw the avatar of the Guardian diving in onto
Yeah,
the shadow, but he was able to use it, get the retribution, and drop the ult before he gets picked off. He
I
did
mean,
three things, man, in no second. Like, what the hell?
he just probably waited for 0.5 seconds, like after of Guardian to, pop in. Then he, went in and, clicked on that retribution, secured the Lord for his team.
Really clutch play coming in from the side of the jungler of LCF. Lom Lom Mai making the difference. But IGN is not out of this game just yet. They have a lot of damage. Too fast for you. Using up the conceal. He really wants to make the play. His flicker is still on the cooldown, but he wants to drop those portals. Meanwhile, on the top side, Respect doing his part by clearing up the lanes on the top side, not letting a massive wave crash onto his team all at once. Too fast for use flicker is online. The AOG is going to be used up. Does manage to succeed in taunting out too fast for you. He's going to flicker in, but gets baited out. Anti mage will zone them out successfully. Aaron diving in, zoning them out, and I think that is a really, really great base defense coming out from the side of IGN.
And they got in the chip as well as defend base and also got that Lord, so
And they
it was a
baited
really
out two flickers, man. Two flickers.
yeah, that was really great from them. I mean, AOG was at point, to be honest.
And three people on the mid side, but Respect will make his way out safely. But we might be seeing a blue a dive and a massive team fight near blue coming up, because everybody knows how important the blue buff is to both of these assassins from each team. Respect trying to get the retribution will not succeed in doing so as Lom Lom steals it away. The Tempest to Blades being used up. Pine will get zoned out as he uses the split to engage, failing to catch anybody from the opponents.
I mean, look at that huge, what do we say? That tiger getting scared from that lantern flare. I mean, that was too funny. I mean, Katot Kacha, all of them were backing off as Yushin came in front. That's a really
Exactly, dude. It's so annoying. I'm kind of confused. Like, I would rather deal with a Fanny than deal with a Zuzhan. Because the Zuzhan can stay in the fight a lot more than a Fanny can. Like
yes.
Fanny needs those perfect opportunities to, get those cable spams. But with Zuzhan, she just needs mana, man. She just needs the mana to, constantly zone out. Like, look at that. Like the second they see the Zuzhan, they back out. And look at that, the OG Shadow Kill is going to be used up. They try to bait out their opponent's ultimate, fails to do so. But Kimi AOG used up defensively, expecting an engage, does not connect with anybody. Zuzhan once again dropping on that lantern, constantly being a menace. As Respect knows that Lord fight will be really tough, and he's trying to see if a split push will happen or not.
I mean, he could go for a split push, but then, why not to, try to secure a lot for his team?
And on the top side, the portal is going to be used up, which gets caught out. The real world manipulation, not enough to keep him alive. As Aaron, the creator, will also fall. Lom Lom picking up a double kill for himself. He is trying to recall in time, manages to make the play, make it happen. As Respect uses up all of his damage onto the jungler, onto the roamer. As Lom Lom kicks up a killing spree. Three people down from the side of IGN. Will it be four as Anti is caught down? Very, very low. There is the Sky Piercer activating, as it's going to be four people down. They will just choose to go for the Lord instead of the end.
I mean, look at that. Jushin has built up that Sky Piercer on her. Now, she would be dealing a hell ton of damage. And
Ooh,
with that,
Kimi goes
yes,
in. Very, very. I think that's a really controversial play coming in, but he does. I think he should be able to, get out, but due to which got poked out a lot.
I
Too
mean,
Fast View is really looking for that portal play. They use up the portal, dive onto which, but Lom Lom is going to get zoned out really, really low. And he will fall, actually. I'm really confused by that play coming in from LCF, as they kind of, turn the tempo around as Respect being used, the Tempest of Blades defensively. Pine catches on to Anti, but that is not the target they want. They will manage to get the kill. A Stark with the Sky Piercer picks up the BOD with that kill. The Lord marching down from the bot side. I think it was a decent fight for LCF, but I don't think that was a correct fight for them, because they didn't get
yeah,
anything from this Lord.
they were already getting that Gatot Kacha, so they should have focused on him. And, um, too fast for, too fast for you was really, overextending with his portals. And, a
Yeah, because like
successful,
you would have still got that Lord, man. I feel like you would have
yeah.
still got that Lord. Oh my God, look at that damage. That just took four basic attack rounds, and it's done. Meanwhile, Lomlomai diving in really deep gets popped out once again by Aaron. Is this the term comeback for IGN as the real world manipulation is going to be used up on Pookie Pine? He will get caught out. That's three people down. It's four. It is only one too fast for you against the world. He has to buy 20 seconds of time for his teammates to be back. I think this is going to be very difficult for them. Look at that. They don't want to chase him down. They just want to ensure the end as soon as possible. At least pick up an inhibitor or two for themselves. Maybe even just rush for the end. Because I think IGN is fully capable of doing so with their damage. It's only Stark, and there's no way they can stop them from actually, hitting the base. And yeah, there it is. That's the end. That is the comeback.
I mean, they did come back at the last moment and took away that victory from LCF. That was a really nice play out shown by LCF. Like not LCF, I mean IGN. They were getting dominated throughout the match, but then at the last moment, their Irithel, the damage spiking in from her, finished off. That I would say specifically that Granger, as you told, just took four of those basic attack shots and finished him. I mean, those critical hits did really hit high, and one by one they kept falling. They should have retreated. I mean, they got out of position, and that AOG was on time. So a very dire situation was made by IGN towards LCF.
That was, I think that would be a very, very disappointing game coming in. I would say that's a disappointing moment for LCF and probably for Peter, because I think the performance from him was perfect throughout the game. But that's how MLBB is. In MOBA 5v5, a small mistake will turn the game around, and that is a skill of IGN because they managed to get that ult.
And with that, we would like to, not take a break, but then we'll be back with our match number two. And we are on a match number three between these both teams. IGN versus LCF. These both teams are really playing it out very, really well. I mean, as previous match we saw, IGN did a really good comeback with their Irithale, and with that AOG connecting onto the right place, as well as that real world manipulation dropping in. They did got their trades at the last moment and finished that game off and stolen the victory from the mouths of LCF. And let's see what
this game. I mean, this is best of three, so they both the teams do need
Yeah, it's a
to
best of
win.
five, best of five.
Oh, sorry. It's a best of five, so you know both of the teams do need to win consecutive, two consecutive matches. Not consecutive, but then they do need to win two matches. So here we are back again. I'm your Costa Burger, and with me I have Baldudu. So Baldudu, we are looking at some really ordinary meta bans, and obviously the execution. LCF have banned this time because they don't want to leave an option open for Team IGN.
Yeah, I think if we're seeing a pattern over here, like each time LCF shows some hero, like this is how good that hero can be. And when it's their turn next time, they just ban it out. They're like, nah, bro, I don't want to risk giving them that after we showed them its full potential.
So
And I'm sure, like the second, even if you leave all the heroes open, they're still gonna go for the season first. Right after that display from Peter. But yeah, at the same time, I'm not sure if they want to leave the Eri open, the Erithel open. Uh, and that previous game's comeback was completely on the hands of the way Aaron and his teammate Witch, the Eve and the Irithil were able to turn it around. That real world manipulation was perfect in stopping the Gatto, sorry, stopping the chip, stopping uh Pine, the glue. It was also really good in zoning out Stark from the fight. And that is why Aaron was able to play so comfortably in that fight. He didn't have to worry about hitting the tanks. He just
Immortal
had
one
to go
chose me to vanquish
and
the shadows
absolutely
that
shred the
plague
Granger
this world.
HP down.
I mean, true though, and Kiming locking in with that Katot Kacha. I mean, previous match that you know he did initiate really good fights. LCF this time going for a really good hero. I mean, show you we know it can dive in really good. His damage spikes in from right from the early phases of the game, and he has a lot of mobility skills. So he is really annoying if paired with a good front laner.
Your team is picking.
And
Okay. Like
yeah,
the Suyo and the Lucas, again, a very strong front line coming up. The Suyo is just so versatile, but they just picked up the counter instantly, which knows what to pick up. And Aaron, I think he is feeling really good with that Erythriel. He's hovering over it once again.
I mean, true though, because in the previous match he did turn out to be really good. I mean, the previous match I feel like LCF did underestimate the damage of Fairy Tail. That's why they overextended, but then they got punished for it. And as we can see, Aaron, I guess, would lock in that Fairy Tail for him.
Sagittarius
Yeah, he
rising.
does. So
Yes.
he's going with his comfort pick.
Gaze the stars and seek your
And I think
path.
that is already going to make it a really strong comp coming in. The three usually, like, you say the front three is usually, like, you say the mid three is the jungler, your mage, and your tank. But in the current meta, your jungler is more like a solo player. Like, he is there to enable the team, but he's not the main carry of the team. So the main carry actually becomes your marksman and your mage. So the main three would probably be your mage, your roam, and the gold lane instead. And what IGN has done is they've already picked up their main three. They've kind of shown their hand. So now they have to be very careful in how they complete this draft, because LCF knows what to expect in terms of the alts Valentina will copy. So they have to be a little more careful.
I mean, yeah, they do need a good you know front laner, specifically for Louis. I would say, because Louis can with her Yin Yang can deal a lot of damage, but then to connect those skills, she also do need to have a front laner, or otherwise Ethel would straight away dive in and mark her. And as well as Gatot Kacha would be trying to get that Louis with that is with his
Your
AOG.
team is banning.
And look at that. The bans are flowing in as fast as possible. Kimi's
hero pool, and respects Hayabusa is still being respected very much as it's taken out. But on the other end, the Beatrix will be taken out because that is a really good response to Irithiel. Because if you just pop the wind and the wind of nature and pair it with a good attack speed build, the Beatrix will actually be able to sustain against the Irithiel in a fight, a solo fight or a team fight.
I mean, this that would be a really great choice. But then let's see what do they pick out for their marksman and their tank team LCF.
And
Fight for the
we'll have to
ultimate
see like
Okay.
focus.
how the comp actually it's still not done yet, but
Yeah.
yeah, Too Fast For You does pick up the Hilda, and by doing so it's going to be very difficult for Respect to actually pick up that Ling now, because he's going to be absolutely harassed in that jungle if he does. And he kind of, by doing that, pick from the on the Hilda, they kind of forced the tank or fighter jungle onto Respect, and he has taken up the Fred in response to the Hilda pick.
I mean,
What are your
look at
thoughts
that.
on
I
that?
mean,
Like, is it good or not?
I feel Hilda would be still dealing a lot of damage, but then Fredrin is a tank and sustain. So I guess would be able to sustain. But then if Louis comes in for the help, I guess it would be a snowball for, you know, LCF snowballing against IGN if they try to invade in. But then nevertheless, they have also picked up that CC. I mean, is a really good pick. Can jump, those close curtains, can, provide some good close counter calls, good team fights for her.
Hmm. I'm just kind of trying to see how this, both the teams draft wise. Uh, I think IGN is going for something that's a little off meta. Uh, while you do have the Erythel, you have the Gato. You have four standard picks, but we'll have to see how Fred actually fits into their comp, because they already have a lot of CC. You have short CC like Cecilian's Valentina's Horrify. You also have slows and pokes. So we'll have to see if the Fred was the best option over here, or would they have probably done better with the Bane, because that is also a really great response to a Lui comp or a Hilda.
Yeah, for both of them respectively, Bane is a really great counter against this too. But then, as we can see, Louis dealing some early game damage to that Gatot Kacha. Uh, I mean, this hero with her ultimate diversion, she can also really set up good team fights.
And I think near that Litho, both teams really, really, really want that Litho. The way they're fighting for it, but I think Respect is the one to give it up first. Nose does not want to waste his time over there. He's not going to be able to farm as fast as a Suyo, so he's just gonna stick to getting that buff, that Litho. And look at that, he doesn't. He knows instead of staying near that buff, he's gonna just go and get the option of being an absolute menace. But since he used up his retribution beforehand, he has to give it up to Lom Lomai, and there is a poor engage coming in by Anti, but he does manage to get the first blood in response. And that is how clutch Vengeance is, man. It's so good in such early game fights. Like, the Vengeance is one of the best spells to have.
Best part about it, it reflects the damage as well as gives you sustenance. That's more horrific, and it's like really, a good nightmare for those you would say critical hit marksmen because it also does reflect back those physical attacks and those fast attacks. So a really good counter against them. But let's see, good poking coming in by team IGN or LCF you could say. And as we can see, both the junglers are having a level difference because Shoyu is already level uh 5, and here Fredrin is having some problem even getting onto that level 4.
Exactly. I think despite picking up that, the jungle Fred as a tanky hero, he's not going to be able to farm fast. But I think it's still better than, losing your buffs than, getting killed along with your losing your buff. And I think that's the, small victories that they want to take right now. There is Spooky Pine with the dive, using the Sacred Beast form, zoning out IGN completely from that fight, as Lom Lom will once again seek to go towards the blue buff. There is the play, the diversion play. No one is prepared for it. The Sacred Beast form was nowhere in time ready for, which to use the copied version. There is Gatotkat with the AOG being used up. Kimi trying to give his team a chance in this fight, but Too Fast for You will absolutely shred down respect in this fight. And I feel like the execution coming in from IGN with their draft is falling short. They're kind of completely getting dictated by the tempo of LCF. They're kind of forcing fights which they shouldn't be forcing.
I mean, for them, the previous team fight was a major turnout by Louis because, with her diversions, she did a really great job, getting the whole team towards that red bush floor, Fredrin. That's really great. And I mean, throughout those team fights, her skills or her passive duality does helps you a lot, deals a lot of damage at the same time too.
Okay, there is the diversion play coming up, but nothing much is gonna come out of it for now. And yeah, we'll have to see this turtle fight once again. I don't think IGN is in any way able to actually contest for that turtle. And it's not because of the gold difference, it is the level difference between the junglers. Like Respect is just touching level 6 right now. But the AOG is there using, used to bait out the flicker of Who's Peter, a small victory from their side. But a level 6 versus a level 9, that too is Suyo, who is like a mini Balmond with the way he's able to, use his S2 and Retribution. It's not a fun experience. But finally, Respect will be getting something for himself as he gets a kill on the top side. Too Fast for You will be sent back to base. Aaron is also there to support his teammates. Pookie Pine diving in with the Sacred Beast form, but the Appraiser's Wrath along with the Retribution is sufficient to pick up the kill. They are not able to protect Kimmy from being taken out, but it is one kill for a turtle. There is the play coming in, and he gets baited out. Was he not paying attention to the red? Because you could see the ultimate popping in the bush. What was Anti doing?
No, no, sometimes it's not visible if it's correct, like in a proper manner. So if you centrify the alt in the bush, it won't be seen by this.
But Anti was in the bush recalling too, right? Or was he outside the bush?
I didn't saw that much, but on the bot lane, Nathan escapes. Meanwhile, trying to push that turret.
Ah, man. But like, despite that, I think IGN is still doing a decent job holding on because that is their entire game plan. They have to just wait until Anti gets a good catch. But there is a diversion play on the bot side once again. Peter using up the yin yang overturn does not succeed in connecting. Kimi is there using up the revitalize with the dash. Unbreakable is being used up, and nothing comes out from that fight. Just both sides poking each other out, baiting a alt or two, and going back to the turrets.
I mean, at this point, they do have an advantage. And then Hilda coming in with the power of wilderness to that fairy tail, I mean, and she's really low too.
Too fast for you, taking a lot of damage, and there's no one there in that fight. As once again they re-engage the yin yang overturn, succeeding. But Kimi with a beautiful taunt, allowing a double kill for Aaron the creator. And that is the last thing you want to do, giving an Irithiel any sort of farm. As once she starts getting farmed, she gets very, very cocky and does a shit ton of damage along with that. Pardon my language, yeah. But yeah, man, Irithiel's damage is just too annoying to look at. Like it's a sin, man, to deal that much damage. But there
On
is the yin yang overturn succeeding. Will Respect still choose to continue this turtle? Yes, he does. Manages to succeed, and Aaron will also be alive despite the poke coming in, which getting poked down really, really low, forced to flicker out. Will Kimi use a taunt? No, he does not.
I mean, they are saving up skills for those fights, but then, as we can see, uh, LCF, for their late game, I mean, if their porcupine does go up a bit, and I mean, tankable, they would sustain a lot, but that AOG connecting in, but then, that just got Uno reversed, and Kimi just died off, being out of position. He thought his team would give a really good follow-up,
Oh,
and it was looking like that too, but then, it just turned out to himself.
and we had a small blooper over there as Respect used up his retribution and walked away from the turret from his blue buff, but it actually reset instead of, getting killed from the passive retribution damage. But yeah, with that, I think they've done a really good job keeping the gold lead not going away from them. 3,000 gold lead is not that high, in this stage of the game. 8k, it's still manageable, especially with the draft they're using. But there is Lomlom my three people will be diving onto anti, and he will not be able to sustain that sort of damage coming out. He was poked, popped before he could even get a chance. There's a three-man taunt coming in from Kimi, but there's nobody over there. And which gets completely zoned out from the fight. So does Aaron. Even Respect had no idea his teammates were there. And once again, Aaron making the wrong play over there. He dives in a little too deep, will pay the price, but he is able to escape. No, he does not, as Lom Lom. Sky pierces him, picks up the BOD along with that kill. And that is the last thing you want to see when minions are marching down your lanes, as they lose up all their, they'll be losing all of their inhibitors, or, outer turrets. But Lom Lom, what was that? He dives in a little too deep and pays the price, gets shut down. And right as we spoke, that IGN was kind of losing the upper hand. They were, giving a little too much away. They managed to get that good shutdown for themselves.
I mean, Lom Lom did secure the kill for that Valentina, but then, we could see the damage coming in from that Lucas, finishing off that uh, Kacha, as well as, that CC. I mean, CC was finished off by Nathan, but then, she really got some, Lucas did a really major part in dealing that damage. And I mean, yeah, we could see Nathan starting in with the turtle Shoyu coming in for some assistance. And Hilda would like to give some vision to her teammates.
And right now, we see there's a little tempo shift once again. You're not going to be seeing those kind of, that kind of confidence that IGN had in this fight towards the 8 minute mark is lost once again after those plays. But look at the goal difference, man. Like, it's- this Lom Lom Mai is close to 10k goal lead. At a 10k, he's nearly at 10k, while the highest farm from the side of IGN is only at, barely 8,000. And I think that is an insane difference in the gold. And even the total team gold right now is above upwards of 8,000. And just 2 minutes ago, we were talking about a 3k gold lead. And that's how things change that fast in ML. But they could still make a successful defense as they dove in really deep onto Anti. Did not succeed in getting the kill, but they managed to clean up an inhibitor, and they will be trying for two. With just that, look at that, a beautiful taunt coming in from Star on Kimi by sorry, on Stark by Kimi, but there was just nobody there. And I feel that's a communication gap coming in from these two. There is, who is Peter making up the play? He will get the yin yang overturn, will get the mega kill. Stark is doing it all, and they're just giving up their lives one after another. And ooh, will he get the kill? Yes, Aaron does manage to pull off a miracle. He is still trying against all odds, but I think that is it for this game 3, as LCF will be taking home the second point.
I mean, a really great showcase by LCS, specifically their diversion coming in with that Louis. I mean, that was a really nice play out because she was look at her KDA. She didn't even die once. She with her whole team did go into those deep backlines with her yeah, diversion. But then with a proper team support, I would say that Matilda with that Lucas, we could see Lucas was also building up for those late game because he was building on defensive so he could counter that Erythale, and he did a really good job or a great part on his side. And you can't either deny the damage coming in from the Nathan as well as that Shoyu. So it was a really whole packed game from the team LCF. I mean, IGN also did have a really great composition, but those, early mistakes while rotating, I mean, the mispositions, proved it out on their opponents. So, this made a really big disadvantage as well as a very big goal gap against these two teams.
And with that, Burger really summed up that game, and I think that's kind of encapsulates how LCF was able to take the win. But now we will be heading into game 4 as LCF will seek to get the match point, while IGN will be desperately trying to defend and seek that game 2 and hit match point 2. We will be starting in just a few moments.
Stay tuned. welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and we are on a fourth match between this, both wonderful teams. That is LCF, which is on the blue, and IGN on the red side. And at this point, LCF are having that number advantage on them. They just need to win one more match to win this round and step forward. Meanwhile, IGN do need to pace their game up so they can compete or try to go in front of sorry, instead of LCF. So yeah, I'm your Costa Burger, and with me I have Baldudo with me. And as we can see, the first banning phase, those obvious bans coming in. And for IGN, like for the previous match, as Louis dealt a lot of damage and had good initiations from her. So they really banned out that Louis.
And like I think from playing against each other for the past three games, like the draft is speeding up even more than the game one and game two. Like by the time you describe what one hero is being banned for, we kind of see the entire draft phase completing.
Yeah, both the teams. I mean, at this point, Kimi is having his comfort pick again. I mean, the chip on his side. But then, there is also Fanny in this match. So do you think Fanny will affect in this team, well, in this draft?
I think it would depend on how they actually let Fanny play. If you make Fanny engage first, Fanny's gonna absolutely get killed in that fight because Kimi will randomly use an S2 and an S1 combo, taunt him mid cable, which is absolutely like it's really annoying for Fanny players. Like you're in mid cable and like one of your cable gets interrupted, your entire combo gets messed up. So that is something they have to watch out for. Respect also will be using up the OEG shadow kill anytime he sees Fanny alone away from minions. So they'll have to, it completely depends on the execution of both teams because we saw in the previous game, IGN had a really solid draft, but by playing, away from their actual tempo they were supposed to, and they got completely dictated by LCF and their rotation, they kind of lost that fight really bad towards the end. But if they kind of stick to how they play, follow Kimi's calls, and collaborate together, I think they could put up a good fight. But Pines Badang will make an appearance once again after game one in this game four. And I think with that Badang pick, I think he's trying to signify he wants to finish this game once and for all.
I mean, yeah, for him, I guess Badang is really a good comfort pick for him. And as we saw in the match one, Badang did really played a really great role in the early phases to, gather some kills for his team. So yeah, let's hope this match is gonna be same for LCF. But nevertheless, we also do wanna see a comeback from IGN, and they are left with their mage pick. What do you think for that Aurora? What should be a proper mage taken against her?
Now it's time to see which hovering over that Cecilion pick, will it be the right decision or not? We'll have to see based on the execution of the first turtle fight. I
I
think both
mean,
teams.
Cecily,
Yeah. Go on. My bad.
yeah, as you said, both the teams do have a great composition, and Cecilion would prove, you know, a bit better than other mages because with his bat impact and bat feast going on him, uh, would give him mobility as well as damage.
Hmm. Oh yeah. Also, I think this time the draft is quite balanced from both teams. You have early game, you have CC, you have engage,
Yeah,
you have counter engage. You have it's a very
yeah,
good balanced comp from both sides. Like you don't see a winning lane anywhere. Like Granger will win the
yeah.
early game, but in the late game it's Aethyl. Hylos and Chip both have their advantages. Hylos is gonna win these open team fights. Chip is gonna win those surprise fights. I think these are, and you have two ambush assassins, which everybody hates facing. Every marksman player and mage player in the world hates facing a Fanny and a Hayabusa. Regardless of how many immortalities or winter grounds you have, it's just not fun dealing with them. So yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
gonna be a fun game to watch for all of us, and it's gonna be a really fun game to cast.
Yeah, and I mean, with a Fanny, I think it would be getting a lot of. I mean, with it, Fanny, the game will be switching in tempos really fast. So let's wait and watch. Meanwhile, Hinda is probably trying to cut off the lane, but diving in for that lethal fight.
Oh wow.
And we could,
Four people full committed onto Too Fast for You, and in just a second, Respect already manages to IGN is able to pick up the first kill, giving Witch the first blood. And you do not want to let a Cecilion scale fast because many people believe Cecilion has no early game damage. That's just not true. He just does not have enough mana to continue his damage. That is all. It's just that. Oh, I think Respect might go in with the shadow. Yes, he does. Uses up the shadow kill, and Lom Lom is able to escape with just an slight the last bar of HP. It could have been something very very dangerous for Lom Lom because he just got his buffs, and losing them in the early game would be devastating for him.
yeah, as well as losing Fanny specifically for Fanny, losing her blue is
Wow.
really.
Oh, Peter and Lomlom pair up to get the kill on Respect instead. Respect went in a little too deep onto Too Fast for You and pays the price for his folly. Meanwhile, Anti still in that bush, sustaining, picking up those shields from his passive. The blessing of the wilderness is so good for such long and drawn out fights.
Yeah, and like for Hilla specifically with her passive, I mean that's really great because she can regain in the bush, staying in the bush, that's all she needs to do. No recalling to the base is required.
Mm. And I think the bot side is kind of peaceful, but right as I speak, they start brawling. I think I'm the biggest jinx man, because the second I spoke, this guy they start brawling. They were playing calmly until the 2 minutes, and the second I speak, both of them are like dueling it out, gunslinger style. But yeah, the first turtle is up. Kimi is gonna be hitting his level 4 anytime, any moment. And Too Fast for You, they did reset that turtle right now because Lom Lom can't take it as efficiently. I feel LCF is looking for a pick off before they get that. The Sanguine Claw connects, which stacking up peacefully.
I mean, as you said, LCF do look off for a pickoff because they do need
What's Look at
one
Kimi, look at
man
Kimi,
down.
look at Kimi, look at Kimi. Kimi on the backline uses up the portal on to Lomlo Mai as he gets caught out. But meanwhile, on the top side, Anti does a really great job finishing that kill. And with that, Kimi has turned the tempo around completely for IG and Pokipine using up his ultimate to zone them out. The bat impacts also connect, and they have zoned them out completely from that turtle, and they want to probably get the invade on that buff too. The OG Shadow Kill is still on cooldown, but Kimi does get the last hit onto Too Fast for You. Lom Lom responds with a kill onto the opponent roamer, but that trade is still in the favor of IGN.
I mean, a very great initiation coming in with that bat impact. Cycle Claws did try to connect in, but then Fanny's blue is already long gone. And I guess that glorious path was a waste of resource.
Exactly. I felt they thought they could commit, and then they just thought back that there's no damage because Lom Lom doesn't have the energy to sustain that, and they have to get his red buff first. And look at that, Kimi already near the red buff. He does have the portal online. He's gonna catch him again. They drop the portal. I think that's gonna be one more invade. The OG Shadow Kill being used up on Stark. He will. Oh, the zone is there on Pokipine. Will they get the red buff? Who managed to get it? I think it was Respect who actually got that buff. Oh,
Yeah.
Respect caught out really low and he will fall. Too Fast for You with a good use of that glorious pathway to stop his opponents from escaping and punishing them for that aggressive play they made on the bot side.
And I mean, well played by Pookie Pine. Her Iron Fist did connect that Hayabusa towards the wall. Helped a lot. Or he would have had escaped with his quad shadows.
And Lom Lom, knowing that he can't really contribute directly in the team fights, is making his presence felt across the map by picking up that top tier 3 turret, the outer turret, the outermost turret. He's managed to get it, and I think that small amount of gold, I think it's around 110 gold for each member, is a small injection of cash for them, which would be good to maintain the economy of Erithiel, because I think she is struggling a little in the lane against the Granger, because he keeps poking her out with the Death Sonata.
I mean, early game, probably Kimi is having some damage, hard time, but then, let's see what Kimi holds on the late game, because last game we saw how how Erithil
Oh
just melted
no.
out
The
Ranger.
The portal is going to be used up, the glorious pathway being used up in time. Too fast for you, get zoned out of the fight. But there is Peter getting the kill, while Anti responds with a kill onto the gold laner of LCF. Anti doing the job of the zone as the turtle picked up by Respect once again, which with the beautiful Sanguine Claws on the bat impact secures the kill on Too Fast for You. The roamer and the marksman duo of LCF have fallen in this fight, and the tables have turned once again in the favor of IGN.
I mean, do you think it's a jinx that the team on the red side will be winning the match or something like that? Because I feel like that because from game one, that's all that's happening.
Oh, Respect wants to re engage. Will he be using up the shadow kill? Oh, he does not have it on cooldown just yet. But Kimi diving in really deep. Oh my god, he has a winter crown with him already. But he still will get punished for that, engage. And that's kind of interesting. He picked up the winter crown as his second or third item instead of going for, a conventional tank item. Meanwhile, on the bot side, they want to catch Stark. Will they get the kill? Yes, he. Oh my god, that really low. And I think Anti pushed in a little too deep. And yeah, he's not gonna make it out. There's no way he's making it out. There is the shutdown on the Hilda. And yeah, as you were saying, Burger, about the second pick, the curse. I think normally with these two teams, it is wait. Okay, nothing's happening in that fight. Okay. With both the teams, like the first pick is normally like a decently strong hero, but what is happening is that wow, okay, let's just not talk because like look at that. Kimi was able to turn that fight around before giving up his life, which gets another shutdown on Peter. It is Stark diving in a little too deep. The overextension is too much and he pays the price dearly. The gold lead is going to shoot up now to 5k onwards as they're going to try to clean up these outer turrets and the buffs along with it. And yeah, I think the
So
reason they lose is that in the first pick, normally I would be giving away a Gato or something like that. But both teams are giving away really strong heroes. Like you're giving away stuff like the Harith, you're giving away stuff like the Zuzhin. And look at that, this damage from the Witch, man. One bat impact just removed Lom's HP altogether.
that's why probably yeah, like Xilion did got nerfed, but then his damage is still scaling up really high.
Kimi with the wrong play over there used up his Winter Crown, his Portal, and his Flicker. Anti, on the other hand, getting poked down really low, gets completely CC chained, but is able to sustain cause of the inherent tankiness inside that bush. Respect is gonna zone out Too Fast for You completely from this fight. They're gonna kill him under the turret, unstoppable by Aaron the Creator. This man is at a 505, while his mage is at a 404. Somebody has to stop them, otherwise we are going to be going into the game, the tiebreaker match. And I think our
I
vocal cords are also going to get go into a tiebreaker match at that point.
Yeah, true. And like as we can see, the Granger hasn't even built that Sky Piercer. He straight away went for that BOD and that what do you say? Uh, Malefic Roar combo. So he's still dealing a lot of damage. But if he tries to build in that Sky Piercer and then get some kills, I guess it would be
Mm.
really a game over for LCF.
And look at the
And that
goal
was a
difference
really,
right now.
yeah, yeah.
That's 8,000, man. Well, actually, it's
That
like 7,000 now, but still, most of that gold is concentrated on the Cecilion and the Granger, who are the carries of their team.
I mean, usually we say these are the mid to late game heroes, but right from the start, they're, impaling really hard.
And once again, the Frigid Glacier was going to connect onto two. A beautiful catch coming in by Peter, but the Sanguine Claws will connect. Monster kill picked up by the Pookie. Sorry, by by what is his name? Aaron on Pookie Pine. And he also does. Aaron also does pick up the Sky Piercer finally. I think it was high time that he does get that final set of damage. But look at the burst coming in from Respect. Completely shreds out, but Lom Lom does get the response with a beautiful shutdown. That's a 400 gold shutdown onto Aaron the Creator by Lom Lom Mai. Really, really good job from the jungler despite not having his blue buff.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing, you can't really underestimate the Fanny's damage because she would be giving, a hard time if she's fed, but then, as she's not fed right now, doesn't even have a blue. And I guess on the late phases of the game, Fanny, yeah, as a uh, blue dependent hero, you do need that blue. But then Fanny does have enough energy for probably going in for this solo kills on the late game without that blue.
And on the top side, Stark is there, the Eritreal is there to clear the lanes, but the Lord is already up. Three people from the side of LCF taking point near that Lord, trying to find an opportunity to let Lom Lom dive in with the cable, get a retribution. But IGN is also smart. They know that they don't have to wait for the late game. But wait, what is Kimi doing on the? He's dove in all the way in the back line with that portal, getting a kill onto Peter, and with that, their hopes are already gone. They will have to back off right now. The damage is just so much from anti and which you know it's like the Hilda is completely zoning out the front line and the back line of this LCF comp, and LCF is really in the back foot, and I think that's gonna basically be a free lord for them.
I mean, LCF are depending on their
What?
start.
Yo, that burst coming out from Lom Lom Mai takes out Witch altogether. While too fast for you. On the other hand, Pine with the play of the day, will he manage to get that kill? Yes, Stark is able to get that last hit, and they just turn this Lord fight completely around. But they have to go back to the base and clear those minions. Meanwhile, Anti once again annoying Peter and poking him out completely. He's probably going to succeed in poking out that passive. Yes, he does. Peter forced to use the Frigid Glacier defensively. Respect diving in with the OEG Shadow kill. Will get that kill. Pine with the play, the glorious pathway, but Aaron is the one to clean up. And this fight is not over just yet. Lom Lom with the shutdown. This man is so clutch, man. He's so clutch for LCF. The only reason this game has not ended is because of those, steel cable cutthroats. Look at
You can
that.
see that damage. See that damage coming in from that Fanny straightly going in for the main DPS and getting successful at buying that kills on his
That's
side.
a
Lom
that's a
Lom
no
is
blue buff
really
Fanny. He doesn't have a
yeah.
buff. That's just pure cables, man. That's actually really impressive from the jungler. I think his performance has been the most stable throughout this series. His and Aaron and I think his and Aaron's has been the most stable performance throughout the series. Like these four games, if you would count.
Yeah,
Lom
and
Lom and
as we
Aaron.
can see, Fanny still doesn't have her blue. I mean, she's being zoned out.
Oh, there is the portal and an insane dive coming in. Peter will fall, but look at Stark diving in the midst of it all. Lom Lom with the combo gets the killing spree onto Aaron, but they will get the marksman of LCF who will fall. Pine is zoned out away from this fight. It's just Lom Lom and too fast for you. He is trying to kill Witch, but there's no way he's gonna succeed. As okay, would he actually get that kill? What?
Yeah, he does. Lom
I
Lom
feel like they
does.
wanted to get oh wow. This just might be the turnaround for them. As Pookie was able to Pookie Pine actually managed to get that kill onto Witch, but at the cost of doing so, there's two massive waves gonna crash down on the mid and the bot side.
I mean, at this point, you could see Badang take it as not full defensive thing and still, getting that kill on their mage. And that Fanny, without her blue buff killing, doing so much with her cables, this game is really being something on a different level.
Like, the thing is, if you didn't really understand what's happening in the game, it would look like a classic match because there's like
Yeah,
kills all over the place. They're taking random fights. That's how it looks
yeah,
like from the top. But if you actually see the mechanics involved in each of these fights, like it looks like Peter is playing really bad, but it's actually the way the Kimi is dropping those portals. Like Peter is not getting a chance to respond at all. He's not even
yeah.
getting a chance to drop his Frigid Glacier. But look at that. They finally do manage to get the retribution. That Lord, which was delayed for 5 minutes, will finally be taken over. But Stark will pick up that kill. The Frigid Glacier gonna be used up, does not connect onto its target. Stark doing a crap ton of damage, but there is respect with the OG Shadow kill. Lom Lom Mai in the back, zoning them out with the steel cables. And it is a 1-for-1 trade. Both the roamers down as the Lord will march down the mid side. This Luminous Lord is insanely tanky, but Stark! Dude, this is
Her
the exact
ultimate,
same thing that happened in game 2. Aaron did the
yeah.
same thing on Erithiel to Stark on Granger.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Airy Tail, man, you can't deny her nor you can ignore her. Her damage spike is real during the late phases of the match. And as you
Dude,
can see, she just almost one-shotted.
dude, this is a deja vu moment. Like, the Lord was marching down around the same time and they made the same
Yeah,
play. Nah, that's great. That's actually insane. I think Aaron will have to probably swap out his Sky Piercer because he's probably lost all of the stacks he got because he made the Sky Piercer late. So he should probably swap it out for a Wind of Nature at this point because Lom Lom and Stark cannot be ignored.
I mean, Aaron does have a winter nature, wind of nature.
And Kimi there is a little low, but they're not going to do much in that fight. Luckily, IGN still has the benefit of the slow push from their minions. Their minions are enhanced, unlike those of LCF. Mm.
True. I mean, and specifically, I guess at this point, their strategy is, to, as Kimi, you know that hero he's took up, that's kind of non-tanky. I mean, he does deals a really does a really good thing at initiating fights, but then we know Chip cannot sustain that much as in tank. He's really good initiator, so their main focus is to bait out that low HP what do we say, Chip, and then Hilda coming in for the back, and then Chip opens up their portal, and bat feast, and all bat impact coming in for the main damage.
And yeah, I think right now the game is completely dependent on how well you manage your lanes rather than anything
Yeah,
else. Because if LCF makes a single mistake in letting one minion get away, Respect will go for the split push. But if they don't, if they just only focus on those waves, that Lord is gonna crash down and take their top inhibitor too. Kimi used up the portal, and I think that's a massive misplay as the conceal is copped up too fast for you, is there, but the flicker baited out. I think that's a big resource baited out before that Lord is up and contested properly. Respect has already started off on that Lord, but Pine is hovering there, giving a warning that if you get a little too close, you're gonna get a taste of my Blast Iron Fist.
yes.
Okay, too fast for you. Had to ball out from that fight, had to bail out. But Stark is going to get caught out, but the wind of nature keeps him alive. He has to recall, but look at that respect from the backline. Is in the heart of it all. Gets the kill onto too fast for you. It is Witch. Gets the kill onto Pine. Lom Lom trying to pull off a miracle. Gets the kill onto Anti. Make it a double kill. He gets respect too. But it's just Stark and Lom Lom against the two damage dealers of IGN. It's IGN versus LCF's carries right now.
I mean, at this point, Lom Lom is trying to just try to take those kills and try to defend his base, because As far as he's alone or with one or two teammates, all he can do is just defend.
Damn, man, like look at that damage.
He's already doing a lot of damage, and I feel at this point Granger is not enough, to take that Lord by himself, as he's not even having his retribution. So no extra damage on that Lord.
Yeah, I think he needs something like the bloodlust axe to actually sustain that. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to
Yeah,
sustain in that fight because he can't heal. That Lord is just too tanky right now. The only one who can actually tank that Lord is someone who builds like lifesteal. Otherwise, without lifesteal, you
yeah.
can't. But look at that, a really good catch coming in by Pine. The barrier is there to stop Anti. Anti's gonna get zoned out, but Respect is gonna pop a beautiful OG Shadow kill, which is there to complete it all. I think it is over as Stark is also down. Too fast for you. It's only Lom Lom Mai against the world. I think we folks are headed into a tiebreaker game. Lom Lom is trying to do everything humanly possible, but it is the end. We will be heading into a game 5.
I mean, a really great finish by IGN. They did really cope up with that portal from the chip. And I mean, the most difficult part for LCF was that, their mage wasn't there, agile, to be honest, because matlab, like as comparing, Sicilian would does have a lot of mobility. It has, a bad feast, but then Aurora is such a passive mage, and her skill casting as does also takes a bit time because that animation does makes it slow. And I mean, Hayabusa with his squad shadows, they did dive in really great in a really great manner. A really great match between these both teams. But this time IGN does take away the victory and makes it a tiebreaker for both of the teams. So here we are, guys. We are gonna have the tiebreaker started in a bit. So guys. Okay, so here we are, ladies and gentlemen, to our match number five between these two teams, LCF versus Team IGN. These two teams are really competing, you know, very direly for this match to win. I mean, the previous match, the way, you know, IGN, I mean, yeah, IGN showed their potential. That was really great coming up. Even after LCF having that Aethyl on their side, wasn't that effective towards the late, and here we are seeing really good compositions coming in from both of the teams. This time, LCF are on the red and IGN on the blue. And LCF are locking in with that. What do we say? Yeah, Joy again. So, would be having a really great time seeing the burst damage coming in from the Joy.
And with that, guy viewers, we will be heading into the land of dawn shortly. The drafts are confirmed. The stage is set. It is the double elimination night, and one team will be sent back home. They will not be taking part any further in this competition. It is the tiebreaker game of the best of five between the very best of MLOS, IGN Esports versus LCF, Lakshmi Chit Fund. Who will be taking this game five? Is it going to be Lom Lom Mai leading his team with the joy or respect on that Hayabusa, the ninja who will not be forgotten? Who do you think will have the better draft in this early game?
I mean, they do both have a really good potential. I mean, the marksmen's also do kind of fit and counterfeit each other. But then Beatrix having the sniper on her side will prove somewhere effective. But in the near the lethal, we could see some really nasty damage given by that Hayabusa as well as that Beatrix finishing off uh you know Juboom on the bed.
Yeah, and I think the overextension is a mistake I've seen both roamers making repeatedly. And I think one disadvantage that LCF has is that Jobom has been subbed in the game five itself. So he's not got time to actually acclimatize to the rotation of his team. Like, you normally get into a tempo, right? After playing these many games, like you have a kind of comfort. Like some mistakes you make in game one and game two, you will not repeat it here. Like Kimi made the
Yeah,
mistake of getting a little too aggressive in the first game and second game. He stopped that from game
yeah,
four. But I
yeah.
think Jobom does not have that luxury. And speaking of extension, Lom Lom really, really punished Kimi for stepping out that far. He popped out the revitalize and is gonna get Kimi really low before this fight. But Lom Lom, on the other hand, look at how low he is going, and I think he's the one who made the mistake this time. As Respect gets another kill on to Lom Lom. Pookie Pine going really low, picks up the shield from the Wilderness Blessing, but I think they will have to give up their dreams of that turtle because there's no way Lom Lom is making it in time to drop a retribution.
And IGN confirming the turtle for his team, and the glorious path has been unable, and Faramis looks in danger. And with that Phantom Shuriken, Hayabusa does secures the kill for his team.
And it does not look good for the side of LCF. That's three kills on three important, players for them. Their initiator, their re-engager, and their disengager. All of them have
Yeah.
taken a massive a death in the early game. Lom Lom lost his buffs. Well, he's getting them back, so I think that is a small plus point, but that is not a good start for a Joy.
Yeah, to be honest, she has a lot of damage, but then, what is the advantage of having damage if you can't confirm some kills to your team? And Hayabusa did try to commit for a kill on that Khalid, but not a wise choice as he's having his what do we call it?
Oh,
Uh,
Kimi overextension. Will he pay the price for it? No, he has the AOG to use it defensively. Backs out from that fight. Only Hilda has used up her ult, but Jobom gets caught out really low. Uses up his blessing from the sand will be able to stay alive in that fight. But Aaron is the one dishing out a metric ton of damage. There is the re-engage with the Raging Sandstorm, does not connect onto its target with the glorious pathway on the back line, doing a lot of work. But it's will it be enough to get the kill on Anti? The Sanguine Claws will connect, allowing CC Cecilian to get a kill. Respect makes it two. That is a 0 for 2 trade in favor of in favor of IGN Esports. And with that, the goal lead is moving upwards of 2K already, and it's only the first 5 minutes of this match.
I mean, I can see and feel like which by every game is really repositioning himself really good. And at the top lane, sorry, bot lane, we could see a really great initiation by that Hylos coming in with that wave Shadow Oogie kill, and
Oh
Beatrix looks like.
no. I think IGN bit off more they could chew. I think that was a really unnecessary dive because they lost two of their damage dealers who were scaling really well. Witch and Aaron got their tempo broken. They did get a gold shield and a turret for their mistake, but the 3K gold lead which they have has only become 1K after those two deaths. And they also gave up a turtle. So I'm not sure if that was the best play coming in from their side to force that turret that much, because it would have fallen in the next like 1 minute or so anyways. Respect does manage to get his red, and he does not know there's a death bush in store for him. Okay, I think Pookie Pine and Stark kind of showed their vision on that. But yeah, I think on the top side, once again, Aaron is just trying to push, man. I don't think he wants to really join the fight right now. He just wants to play calm. But there is the Raging Sandstorm. Kimi gets caught out very low. Will he get to AOG out in time? His AOG is already used up. Pookie Pine, this OG Shadow Kill is going to be used up. Peter is dot out really low. There is Witch securing that kill. Respect re-engages with that quad Shadow. Jobom is stunned out. Sanguine Claws make it a double kill for the Bloody Vampire of IGN Esports, which is not done just yet. He wants to lock this game down. He wants to make it three. And yes, it is. Pine will also fall. The scoreboard is 9-2 with a goal lead of 2000 in the favor of IGN Esports.
I mean, at this moment, IGN are really, starting to dominate those early trades and get some really good kills. And that uh, Holy Path was, used as a, I would say, aggressive maneuver, but then, they also got the turret on them. So, really a good trade for an ult.
And yeah, looking at that, I think IGN is now having a good lead. They just have to make sure they don't throw it by overextending a little too much. Like, for like they try to force a few kills like they did on the bot side. They kind of forced too much despite having an advantage, and they lost all the advantage they built up. So instead of they could choose to avoid that, get the objectives, get the turrets, and just have a very clean game. But on the other end, Pine diving in very deep. The glorious pathway, along with the barrage from the Beatrix, will be sufficient to get a kill. It's gonna be two, as Respect will split up the map, as Lom Lom will also fall. That's two damage dealers down from the side of LCF. Jobom once again gets taunted out. I'm really confused as to why they continue to take fights. Look at the damage from Aaron, man. That's just three basic attacks. And Peter is nearly, sent back to respawn.
I mean, that was a really great bait by that Hylos on the net. But then, as you said,
And okay, Kimi is creating a zone for them on the bot side. They want to clean out the tier 2 outer turret before they try to siege the inhibs. And with the way things are going, the dreams of LCF to continue their journey in MLOS looks like it is rapidly fading away. They need to make a play. They need to do something to turn this match around, and they should not make any more mistakes because they can't afford it. And look at that, everyone building those dire hit roams from the side of LCF. And maybe that might make the difference. But look at that, Peter trying to pull the chain. He does manage to pull out, but that's a three-man AOG. I think that is it. They managed to get two massive resources out. They baited out the cult altar. They got the Wilderness Blessing, the Hilda's Wild Charge, and yeah, I think it's going to be very tough for them right now. Lom Lom is just doing his best to just maintain his level to probably just steal the turtle away, the Lord away. But I guess that is about it. He's getting chased down once again. I think Lom Lom will also fall.
I mean, at this point, Lom Lom, they try to make up, but then, that overextension from him, that was kind of risky. He could have pulled it out in a better way, but then you never know. Another fight initiated.
Why, Joe Bomb? I'm really confused as to what is the game plan behind LCF. They are down by 6k, make it 7k gold lead now, almost, and they're still
I,
choosing to engage first.
I guess, as you described earlier, like, on Joe Bomb being new to the game, doesn't really understands the tempo or, get those rotation coming in from the opponents. So he's, I guess, having a hard time guessing the game plan.
That is possible, but I think they just need to be a little patient to get Stark's damage up. Once Stark gets like a few shutdowns, maybe they could turn this game around on its heels. But look at that, Kimi is so aggressive right now with the amount of gold lead he has and his AOG. He knows that even if they dive onto him, he can just back out with that AOG. They have to be careful about Anti's glorious pathway. And look at the amount of, the distance they're able to create with just that. The AOG is going to be used up. They catch Jobom once again. Jobom is going to dive back inside, paying the price for it. Killing spree for the marksman, the Aaron, the creator. Look at the amount of heal coming in by that revitalize, the double revitalize. They're back to full HP once again, ready to siege the base with the Lord that's charging down the top side. Will they seek to get the end with just this itself? The Shadow Kill is going to be used up, a godlike for the jungler. It is a respect. Put some respect on his name as they want to seek the end. The base is already getting sieged out. Will it be over for LCF? They have to pull off a miracle right now. The base is sieged out, and I think this is it after multiple games of 20 minutes long games and trades. This match is done in just 11 minutes.
I mean, LCF, I guess, as you described, the biggest mistake was, pulling up and substitution at this moment. But then you never know the strats. But, that didn't work out really well for them. But meanwhile, I would say that Gatot Kacha and that, I would say, Hylos combination, groomed in with that revitalized, that help a lot in those dire situations for their team.
And with that, IGN will take its rightful spot and go up. The kings of the IGN Esports will be going on to the next round, and regretfully, LCF will have to halt its stay in the MLOS. And with that, folks, I think this concludes the series. A 3-2 victory for IGN Esports. A really dominating game coming out from Aaron the Creator and his teammates, which every single person of IGN Esports was in tune for Game 5. They were ready to get the win and they succeeded in doing so. And on the other side, it was a forgettable game for the side of LCF. While they had the damage, it was nowhere close to the execution that IGN had towards Game 5. Despite showing better mechanical prowess in the first 4 games, they were not able to close out the series. And IGN capitalized on that and took home that prize.
And with this, guys, being said, we would like to take a rest for today. Hope to see you in the next stream. Till then, like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and share it among your MLBB enthusiasts. Till then, your Caster Burger. With me, I do have Baldudu. We would like to sign off for today.